forgot to do that this morning. There we go. We're all normal again. What's that song that goes doobie doobie dee doo? I don't know what that song is. It's stuck in my head though. Alright, let's listen to a different playlist. I hope everybody's having a good day. Also, Sheppy, can I have like a sniff? I don't want to bite because like those are your fries, but like if I could have like a sneefa, that'd be cool. I don't want to listen to this right now. I don't know what the song is, but we can try it. Wart. I name my stream what I normally name my streams. Doobie doo. Doobie dooba doo. Doobie dooba doo. Yeah. Oopsie beans is what I'll call today's stream. There we go. Now we're all good. Alrighty. I'm gonna make sure this stuff is open. I gotta take a drinky poo of some water, and I gotta take my meds because I be forgetting. There's an Adderall on here. Not what I was expecting. Oh, fuck me. I just have a picture that should be posted of their fries. I'm not gonna be okay. They look delicious. Why would you say this to me? Now I'm excited. You're gonna give me buffalo chicken fries? No. I'm so excited now, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, nah, it's not like this." No, I don't care. It's the fact that you are looking at DoorDash, period, that's making me excited. Pixels out here hurt my feelings. I just got back. I just got confident in what I wanted to do today, and now I'm confident my feelings are gonna get hurt. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm here for the proposition. That's a noise when you make when you have the possibility of something. God damn it! What day? What day? I'm crashing out right now.
And there's coupon for the next 3 months.
Hi, Vex. Thank you for the song request. I hope you're having a good Friday. I'm crashing out right now.
I'm making you food.
I'm crashing out right now. Actually, I'm crashing out right now. And I think that...
Well, if you really need it, you can crash out harder and take me down with you, and then we'll crash out together.
Oh, you're so lucky I just took my meds.
Because otherwise, we're going to bleed out tomorrow.
If you love me and you're not even gonna buy me pizza after threatening pizza, at least give me my blinky. Bruh. So sad. No, it's too warm for it. It's actually still warm.
Yeah.
No, right, Vex? Vex, you gotta get some good food for dinner. For me. Eat good food for me for dinner. Okay, is there anything else you would like, cretin?
I mean, honestly, I want the pizza too now, but like, we have too much at home.
Yeah, we're gonna eat out tomorrow. I know, Sheppy, and it's fucking me. Let me tell it. That photo is fucking me up. Pixel's is closing it for me, so I don't have to keep looking at it.
There you go. Just look at yourself.
Thanks, man. I love you. Bex, go get some pizza for me. Or anything like fry related. Bitch, I'm gonna be eating some bullshit because I'm gonna be home for a week, so I gotta clear my fridge out. Is it good bullshit though? Is it yummy bullshit? Alright, gotta get our reference up. I gotta get my reference up. Boop. I did the sizing wrong. I think I really just liked how the eyes were on this one. Now that I'm looking at it, I think the mouth is off. I don't know if I'm ever gonna finish this email. I'm gonna be honest. Kind of old watermelon, a lot of yogurt. Oh. Well, maybe don't just eat that, but like fair. Boss fight time. Yes. The final boss fight. The fucking eyes on this fucking chibi. And I think at this one, I'm just drawing chibis and not so much drawing. Words. Not so much drawing. Just emotes, I think. You're right, it is laser tag ass music. You know, no, that's a lie. I think I've gone to laser tag maybe once in my life. I think I've gone to like laser tag once in my life. I didn't know a lot of friends that wanted to do it. No, it was laser tag for a cosplay event. That's what it was. And it sucked ass. But I'm sure if I went with people who actually wanted to play laser tag, it would have been fun. Distort. Only like 8 so far. That's pretty good. Oh, 8 Wendigo. Interesting. There's a local arcade chain here called Zap Zone, and everyone has a different. Oh, a different arena. Sounds cool. I don't know if I like this eye. I think I should just restart. It's time to do the Yeo lane. Fuck it, we don't like it, then we restart. Not the entire thing. But, yeah, those are the emote notes. I'll just delete those for now. I've been to laser tag a few times. I was a camp leader for a laser tag summer camp once, though, and that is wild. I thought you were just a normal summer camp leader. I got punched in the face when while playing. I mean, that's fair. I feel like that's about to happen. Wait, I think I had an idea, actually. My brain just thought of something, I think. I think if I don't have it, then I have to go look it up on the artist's stuff, which is fine. No, they're right here. These are the different types of eye styles that one could do. They say we can't run, but everyone runs. Oh yeah, they say you can't run. I thought you just do run. I thought you just run. I don't know. It just feels like it's a thing where everybody runs. You know. Do they have a chibi eye reference? Because the way these people, this person, this artist, the way they break down how to do like shapes and stuff makes so much sense to my brain. It was normal summer camp, but they had groups that did fun stuff. Oh, okay. Oh my god, and Monkey D. Luffy. Oh, that's cool. Like, I learned how to do fluffiness because of them. Like, everyone shows up the same place, but then some people get on buses to go to the beach or some shit if they sign up for fancy camp. That's cool. Is it too late to go to camp? I want to go to camp. I like this eye. This eye's like a good shape. How do they do that? Looks like they do like... Okay. That is not the song we're listening to right now, bud. Alright. So they do... Start with your base eyes. Okay, so start with my base eyes. Okay. Oh, you guys should probably see what I'm doing, like, next to it. They have any other eye references? Let me see. I want to put my mouth over a speaker as the song plays. I don't know why, but I feel like it'd be fun. They have any other eye references? Yeah, they're also the reason why I know how to make braids. Actually, now I look at it. The best arcade in the world is the Zap Zone in Farmington. They have everything you could want at an arcade, like bumper. Oh, glow golf. I really like. Is it mini golf? Because I like mini golf. It's fun. This was a very sudden shift in the music. Just want to make sure there's no other tutorials because I really like this person's tutorials. They're really nice. Okay, I don't think so. So we starting with step 1. Start with your eye base. Eyes. Okay. So let's... Oh, man. Okay. Nope. It's like an oval, though. We can fill it. Actually, I think I should... I think I need to be... It's mini golf, but they use black lights and neon paint. I love that! I almost got nailed in the head. Jesus, Vex. How are you? You're just built different, aren't you? You really are just built different, in my opinion. Actually, look, can we go to the base sketch, actually? I'd be very curious to see if I could reference this against, like, how I would do, how I was planning to do the eyes. It was the same night during my senior all-night. Damn. You don't have great stories to tell either your kids or like the kids that you're a godparent to, you know? Peace back in for a few minutes. I never left, just have Lark off and on. No problem. Yeah, we finished D&D and now we're just hanging out. Trying to figure out how the fuck my brain wants to draw this. If you don't get hurt often, then you aren't really living life to its fullest. That's true. It's true. I can attest. I agree. I honestly agree. I don't know if I like this. Hi, Kiwi. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day. Do I have the other one? I do. I think I need to start with this instead. Didn't realize it was Friday. It is Friday. It's Friday, my friend. Actually, let me. Ooh. It's not a great color. Then. That. I guess. My nephew, my nephew Mon used screamed and it was super effective. Oh, what was he screaming about? Is he okay? I like that you called him nephew Mon. Little Pokemon. Oops. Alright, let me see if I can do this the way my brain wants me to. I feel like I made the end lash just way too thick by accident. There you go. Mm. New layer. I don't know if I like that. Oops, I can't. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, I just almost knocked my tablet off my desk. How to draw chibi eyes. Also, I'm gonna change the music because my brain is, it's a little bit much. Yeah, this one. Tutorial search. Well, that's how to shade the eyes. That's fine and all, but how do you do the eyes themselves? That's my question because I'm having a hard time with the eyes themselves. Nobody gives a fuck. I mean, do you just start with the shape, maybe? I've seen quite a few people just start with the shape first, so maybe we gotta start with the shape. Dedicated. I wanna look something up. Nice. Hi, Sonic Man. Sanjay and one please have a YouTube channel. Oh, what does he do? Like, what is his channel about? Nobody gives a fuck. I do my time. I play my tunes. Love is for fool. BTS of the show? Oh. Damn, I was hoping they did like more like. Wait, excuse me? Wait, you can just draw the eyelash first? Lithonia, what have you done? These are your children. I am your son. Cody Lorraine. You can just do the. Okay, I'm gonna borrow this. What the fuck? I'm going step by step recording of each episode. Interesting. Go out and lose control. Okay, I'm like learning things. Right, and I'm learning you can just start with the eye shape first, which is a little bonko to me, but we're gonna try it. Associate, anticipate. Okay, there you go. So that means I could just start by doing like, yeah, you know, to get home alone. Like that, and then like be a little low, but I'm gonna try it. Okay, and then they're saying rounded, and then you can make like the eye. So I want reference of this reference. I can kind of see where I was planning the eye. Oops. Like that. And cold as it's running down my spine. Edit. And then you know. And then if I want to make them like rounded, like the rounded eyes here. Actually, kind of like how this tutorial does it, honestly, with the eye shape. It's kind of hard to see what I'm doing. Let me delete this layer, add a new layer, turn this layer off. I'm just gonna lower the opacity, I think. Yeah. And change the color. So what they're saying to do, so that one you can have the eye be circle or rounded. It's just kind of about how much of the iris you want to show, I think. So I'll deal with that later and separately. The next thing I want to do is kind of work on like the eyelashes, I think. Hey, Bat, welcome back. How are you? Ow. Rude. Empathy. Okay. Let me see. So look how angular that one is. I'm good. How was your D&D match? It was good. We had a good D&D game. Let's see. It was fun. I think we all had a good time. We got some good knowledge. I want this to be a little bit lower. If I was able to join a match, would that be okay? Unfortunately, that's just a game with me and my colleagues. It's not it's like an ongoing campaign, you know, that we fleshed out. If you are interested in doing one-shots, I would highly suggest joining my other DM, at Havoc_RPG. He does a lot of like different like games that are open to anybody kind of thing. Like he'll do one shots, and then sometimes he'll run longer campaigns that like if you want to like try playing a character for a longer campaign, you could do it that way. No, you're totally fine. It's totally cool. I understand a lot of people like that want to get into D&D, so I understand like it's kind of hard to find a group, but I would highly suggest checking out Havoc because he does a lot of cool, fun, like, uh, like one-off and longer campaigns. Because Dragonlance will end soon-ish, and then he'll probably start up a new campaign for people that want to join. I like the classic shoujo eyes, I think. I think I've leaned a lot towards that kind of style of eyes. So it would be like... I don't know if I really want to do a pupil, though. I tend not to do pupils, I think. And just a big rounded iris, you know? Maybe? I don't know, maybe I should just try practicing it instead of doing it like that. So let's duplicate this. And then I'm gonna take this guy, and then I'm gonna just practice drawing faces, I think is my problem. So I don't do a lot of that, I think. So let's do that. There are two. All right, let's do... let's do... random emotion generator. And then the ship tied to the mast. Okay, so we're gonna mix a bit of this tutorial, a bit of this tutorial, and a bit of this referencing, I think, is my plan. Actually, it's like these four. I would say these four are going to be my like, main focus. So randomize. Guilt. Okay. So if I were to draw one about guilt, I'm just gonna try my best to just practice, you know, and just I think I don't practice enough, you know? And do a little art practice. And if anybody wants to give me any like I don't know, I feel like tips is not exactly the right word, but like if you're like, "Hey Elaine, I think this would look better. This would look better." I'm so here for it. Like and even if you're like, "Well, I don't think I could do that because I'm not an artist." That's literally not the point. Because like obviously, especially with like the use of like AI art and stuff nowadays, it's kind of like you can just kind of tell when things are off a lot of the times, you know? So, also, I'm gonna change into my chonky me. I wanna be chonky. Why am I not chonky? Oh. What do you mean you revoked the Twitch thingy? No. Boob. Boob. Alright, there we go. Feedback suggestions. Yeah. Yeah. Cause like I said, I feel like even if you haven't done a lot of art, you kind of get the vibe, you know? All right, so back to this. All right, back to this. All right, so just gonna practice. We're just practicing. Oh God. Oh my God. So I found something about my friend. I know which and TikTok. Nothing bad. It just will surprise me. Oh. Well, I'm glad it was nothing bad. Okay, so guilt. Guilt. I want to like okay, so we're gonna do. There's another actually thing that I would like there that now has a let me just do. Whoops. Fuck. Oh, yeah, I don't know how I do that. But practicing. Squishy Bean learns art. Yeah. Done. Okay, and then oh right, okay, I remember. Okay. Back. See if I can find it just by scrolling really quick. Where? Oh, where is the thing that I am looking for? It's kind of like this face card one, but I think it's just meant for more like chibi aspects. Not that that super matters, but where is it? All right, I want this too. I want to me that paw. That's for later. Okay, I've shared all my TikToks. Yippee! Sounds good. We'll watch them in a little bit. I would like to practice art just a little bit. Was it this one? I think it's actually this one. I thought there was one for a chibi, but maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. So I told my friend in chat I'm into tomboys, and she's like, "You didn't know I'm a tomboy, right?" And I'm like, "You're joking, right?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm not." That's fair. I feel like I feel like quite a few women are quite tomboyish. I feel like not that many women are just straight girly girls. I think that's a lie. I think women fluctuate a lot. It's just dependent on the mood of the day. All right. We're just gonna go for it. All right. So guilt. I want to do like a shy guilt, I think. So it's like this. Okay, right? It's like the eyes, right? Or hold on. Like maybe a little bit of a lower angle. Like that. So when I get my Discord fixed on my birthday, she's gonna send me sound clips when she's acting like a tomboy, so I'm trying not to panic. Why would you panic? They're just showing you them being cool, I guess, you know? Get back to the beginning. I like this marker feeling that this pen gives me. It's quite nice. Ding out. How much do they go off of like? Oh, hold on. You'll be fine. Yeah, so I'm kind of like mimicking this one, right? So, I feel it. Back to the end of beginnings. Like this, maybe? No, that looks bad. I go. Hello, thank you for the wellness check. Give me 1 second. I will redeem that for you. Your poor autocorrect bat. But that's fair. I mean, if they're flirting with you, that's a good thing. Be brave. Be brave. I don't like this ear. I hate drawing ears, bro. Like, I don't hate them. It's just they're kind of hard. They don't make sense. Mine likes that. She's trying to mess with me because I know my friend's married. Interesting. I need you to have me. Where's my husband? So, let me make that line a little big. There we go. And then I'm just not gonna draw the ear. I don't know why, but the ear, that shit raising my cortisol. Okay. Alright, so it's like just trying to do quick sketches. Am I game relating? Game relating? Huh? Alright, and then we gotta do the eyes. Now again, we start with the shape of them. Start with the shape of them. They're just rounded shapes. Thank you for sharing. Oh my god, 90 streak. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Look at you. Fuck yeah, look at that. Good job. Fine, bat. I'm already illiterate, so you're gonna have to help me out here, you know? Like a ring, I would like a ring, I would like a shiny ring. Wedding finger, I would like a big shiny. I don't know. I kind of want this to be like kind of like puppy liner, I guess. Where it's like not too tall. Like that. And then I really like this like down bit that they have. And then I don't know if I like that all that much. Maybe I need a smaller brush. Yeah, wait. I'm almost getting it like this. Boop. And like this. And then... Oh my goodness. Good night. I'm gonna get going. I kind of have to wake up early to go to my ranch tomorrow, but I'm not gonna stay here too long. I'm gonna maybe get a ride from my uncle and come back home. I hope you have a good sleep. Mwah, good night. Talk, talk. Sleep well. Sleep well. Elaine has just remembered something about the way that she draws, and now I have to redo this. I have learned that I don't actually like sketching really big. I like sketching really small and then blowing that shit up. Do I have that on here? I don't, because I realize I don't like how the final looks when I do that, so that's fine. I think that this is a fine shape then, and then we can go back down to pencil. Nice to see you. On the counter to the woman who is gone. I'm gonna go down with it. I'm gonna go down with it. Oh. Look the other way. as they are kissing their vows. And then boop. And so we'll do, it's like a shy face. I think just doing the normal like this and then like a bit bigger though. Like that. Oop. Nice to see you. Oh, always nice. Okay, I don't know if I'll keep that. Kind of make this bigger, I think. Like here, maybe? Still keep it like on the low side. And then make the cheek. Does that I hope? Oh, thank you, Happy. I should just do a big sign that says thank you. Oh, big stretch. If you guys have been at your chair or haven't stretched in a while, oh, remember to, because it's good for your soul. And I'll remember to do the arm workouts as well. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I have like a habit tracker to do like my arm workouts. Hi, Star. Welcome on in. How's your Friday? I have like a habit tracker for these arm workouts because like I thought it would be a good incentive. I think I have completely given up on it. Not completely. That's a lie. But I bought myself something ahead of time as like a like incentive. And I'm gonna be honest, I think I earned it. I think I earned it, to be honest. It's just a little stamp maker, so you can like punch things out and make them into a cute little stamp. But I don't know where it is. I also wasn't counting that. Thank you. It was a bit hard today. My feet hurt. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope that your feet are okay. I hope you can relax them. Alani's thinking, I forgot. I'm doing the arm exercises, Pixels. I can't type. I have to do the arm exercises. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Exactly. I'm trying to get them gains. I'm trying to get them gains. All right. Buff model lane when I'm actually buff in real life, which will be never. I don't think I would look good buff. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Want to make that bet? No, not really. I don't really think I'd be. Hi, Imperial. Welcome on in. I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't look good that buff. Like, I feel like I'd look good just like with a little leaner, I think. Don't worry, I got you. Are you gonna come sneak into my house and like transplant a body onto me? Put me in one of those buff suits. Okay, I don't know how I want to do. I really like how these ones are done. So I think I also like these ones though. Draw you with a double chin 6-pack. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'll be the buffest cat cow around. Oh, sorry. Wait. I kind of want to make it look inwards, I think. Like this. when I sketch, I don't understand how, like, when I sketch, like, this is the size of my canvas, by the way. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. This is the size of my fucking canvas. And I only like my sketches when I draw this small. And I don't understand what it is about it, but it's, I don't know, I guess my brain is just wired funny. I think this is definitely a case where I would... I was drawing on the wrong layer. Sorry, my bad. Oh no! That means I drew the other part of the eye on the wrong layer. Fuck. It's fine. Merge down. Version helps makes details look better. You can always make the design bigger later too. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, I feel like my brain just does not... I don't know what. Maybe it's just my hands. Maybe my... Oh, maybe it's because... Okay, so even when I play FPS games, I have a rather small amount of room that my hand actually moves around, right, on my um my desk. So my sensitivity is up rather high, right? And so I wonder if that's like a similar correlation where like the motor function of my like body is small. But then when I'm doing like final work cuz I know how it wants to look, it's like my body's like, "Oh, okay, well we can draw bigger now." Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't really know. I'm just kind of spouting bullshit. I try to practice because practice makes perfect, right? I think I want to round these out a little bit more. Make them a bit more like this. Boop. Nope. The only thing that I will say that, like, with an Apple Pencil that I wish that it had was, like, if you were to use the back of it, it would erase, but the back of it doesn't do anything. What happened with your head, Vex? Drink water. Are you okay? What's happening? Speak to me. Vexed. Speak to me. What has happened, my friend? Oh, fuck. You can see how shaky I am with this. It doesn't matter. There's a ton of shaky people in the world. Yeah, I want it to be a bit more like that. And then we like them shoujo eyes. Where the fuck did they go? This one. These ones. So this I actually might want to do on a separate layer. It's hurting like a motherfucker. My ears are pissing me off. Are you having a migraine, you think? If you're having a migraine, maybe like try to lay down. I think I like that. I wanna dance in the light. I wanna rock your body. No, I don't get migraines, nor does anyone I'm slightly related to. Oh, okay. I hope you feel better soon. I'm sorry that you're having to go through that. Oh, shit. I did that on the wrong layer. I'm awfully sorry that you have to go through that. Hope it's not like an ear infection or anything. That would suck ass. And then I actually don't know if I like doing noses. I think maybe the implication of a nose I'd be okay with, maybe. Dance, I wanna dance in the light. Oops. Copy paste. I wanna go for a ride. Oops. Heroic time. Almost. Happy, I will say, because of the unique position that you're in, I will laugh like a motherfucker if you get 8 out of 8 before certain people. All I'm gonna say. Hi, it's a lay. I'm so buff. Thank you, Star. I'm so buff. Just a beefy buff boy. I like the big eyebrows. The big eyebrows are more fun, I think, than the little tiny ones. I don't want to do mouths. I just want to make the mouth, or do I just want... I feel like that's not as guilty. Spicy. Let's turn... That one I think I'm okay with. If I legit say, would you make it into a meme model? I might. I wouldn't be against that. I get pressure headaches recently often, so I'm sure it's just that. I just see it for science. I might. Or I could just take this head and I could put it on like a PNG of a buff guy. I don't like this generator. I just want to practice eyeballs. I don't know if I should just practice them on a... Do you think I should just practice it on like a front-facing one? Maybe that's what I should do, is I should just practice it on like a front-facing one. So I don't know what style I want to do, and I feel like that's the hardest part. Alright, let me get a buff guy. Hold on. Buff. This guy. I'm just gonna borrow this guy's body really quick. Excuse me, sir. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna be borrowing your body for a second. Buff men scare the shit out of me, because they could murder me. Women, though? I don't think so. Just borrowing your gains, exactly. Whoops. I didn't press OK. Oh, it's not like a PNG. Oh, wait, I wanted... It'll be fine. It's fine. Where's my model? There you go. Okay, now I gotta... Wait. Hold on, I kind of want to do this. Hold on. I kind of want to do this like an actual do this. Hold on. Do I have one where I just have my head? I don't think I do. Uh... Ba 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 ba. I think I gotta customize the model. This part. This. Tail. Hold on, this is gonna take a second. Oop. Man, my tail's cut up into a lot of parts. Oh my god, my tail is really split up into a lot of little parts. Should I hide my arms too? I kinda wanna keep my arms. Nah, I gotta hide my arms. Hold on, wait, let me do it like this. Oops. Wait, that's kind of funny though. There you go. There you go. Here, let me turn the shadow off. Where's the shadow? I think it's in here. Nope, it is in here. Yeah, there we go. Now it just looks like I'm on. There you go. It's perfect. There you go. Hi, my name's Elaine. I'm buff as fuck. Buff pup? More like uh uh more like I just did some stretching flexes. This could be you too, Chad, after you stretch. Just super buff. A stretch a day keeps the gym bros away. Know what I'm saying, chat? I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm gonna be completely honest, but we're gonna go with it. Even that bad. You're drawing for years. This is where your arms are gonna. Yeah! Practice drawing a day. Hey, what's up? I'm Gym Bro Lane. What hat do I have on this model right now? Swollen. I'm swollen. They keep the doctors away. That's right. That's right, Star. That's right. You two could look like this. Swollen the buff. We love muscles. I love muscly women. Men make me feel like I'm about to get murdered in a bad way. Women, though, make me think I'm gonna get murdered in a good way. Alright. I forgot what I'm doing. Dang, wish my games were good as yours. You'll get there. You'll get there. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'll be so strong. Be strong like me in no time. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, let's just draw. Let's just draw for the hell of drawing. Boop, boop. Make this lower. And then what? What? Why are we saying what? Around it, maybe? And then drawing assist off. I feel like this looks really bad, and I don't know why. I'm going at the back. Go on by your knees, baby. Check it to the max. To the max. I need to show you how to max. This doesn't look any better. You're welcome. Do you have any schoolwork to do? Or food? Did you need food? There's an artist. I'm gonna look at it really quick. CTH. Stacy. I like her chibis a lot. How could you just... Aw, that's cute. I really think... Star, how do you draw eyes? Oh, that was it. I had to reply to 2 peers tonight on their work stuff. Nice. Can you go? Can you talk to me? Can I be your peer that you talk to about stuff? Cause how the fuck do you draw eyes? How do you draw anything? I'm gonna be real with you. I've been having this slump with art recently where I'm like, I don't know how to draw. And that's obviously a lie, but like, I want to draw good. You know, I want to be able to draw like this shit. I mean, your eyes look fine. Think so? Do you think it's because I just haven't finished it? You think? It's because I haven't finished it. Maybe it's because I didn't like bring it to its final form. I like how clean this is, by the way. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's because I haven't finished one. Yeah, eyes are one of those things that need to just draw. Damn, you right. Damn, you right. You right. All right, fine. We'll finish. Cause like, okay, so this one had the eyes that we had originally, but I didn't like how simple they were. These. Turn the sketch on. This was the eyes that we... Oh, fuck, you guys can't see. So I think it's more that you gotta commit to one style before learning another. That's fair. Yeah, this is what we had. And it's cute. It's cute. But, like, I like the more detailed eyes more. I really like the more detailed eyes. Because I feel like a lot of the expression in, like, an emote comes from, like, the eyes and stuff. Hi, Artisan. Welcome on in. So, but yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, I'll listen to you. I'll finish an eye and then I'll see how I feel about it afterwards. Bing bong, bing bong. Feeling great today. I'm glad. The opacity on that. Maybe not that low. And then we're just gonna try to draw it. Like for me, I got different sub styles, so I make a list of what I did for each of them. I use it depending. That's fair. I think like I know the 2 styles that I'd really like to be good at the end of the day, but it's like if I'm honest, I'm gonna be honest. I just want to be able to draw. You're looking buff. Thank you. That's what happens when you draw every day. I'm gonna send you an artist. I want to be able to draw like this artist. At the end of the day, I think if I could draw like them, I'd be really happy. Actually, who else? I have a thing, I think, in my art thing that's like art references. Hi, Shadow. I got one style and I update as needed. That's fair. That's smart. I don't have a style. It's this one. It's art study. I grabbed the wrong folder. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, like I like the exaggerated eyelashes a lot. I like the anime look a lot. Yeah. I like these things. Playing Sonic on Wish? What's that? Do they have... I want to see more examples of their art if they have it. We've... Oh! Very cool. Very cool. You do... Trust me, it's just harder for you to. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I think it's just the style I have is not the style that I want. Dun, 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 dun. Like, I really like this. Yippee! Hello, Beefcake. Beefcake, look! Look, I'm big and buff like you! There's drawing shot, and there's... This is rendering style. That's fair. That's fair. I think... that's a really good point that you put down there. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's a good point. Good job, thank you. Many people draw similarly, but render differently. Yes, that, all those explosive reps would work. It's like they exploded in the last 5 minutes. Yeah, oh, shit, that's really nice art. Okay. Okay, wait. No, you guys are motivating me. Like a mangaka, because that's what I need. No, that's so fair. Okay. Elaine's like, my brain's shifted. My brain is shifting. I think I got an idea. Okay. It's all about something. And that's something I will explain to you once I know what it is. And by that I mean once I get done drawing this, because like I think thanks to how you guys are talking about it, I think my brain, like, I think the neurons are connecting, right? I think the neurons are connecting. Fuck that. Just leave it. Just leave it. What's not connected? Someone's not connected, I think. There we go. Like, if you go to Havoc's artistry, then you can see how I render my pieces. Fair. You got this. Let your brain explode. Just let my brain completely explode. I like your art style, artisan. That's sick. I wouldn't be able to draw a skull in more than like one angle. Alright. I got this. All right. So that looks like that, and I like that. This good. And then I want another. Oops. And I want another one, like a tinier one. Nope, not like that. Something like this. No. Keep it big, keep it chunky. I like chunky. Because, like, the rest of this is good and chunky. Going into too fine details, I think, will bog us down. And that's not what I want to do. Make this eyelash maybe go up a bit more. No. Okay, we'll just... Yeah, and when it comes to eyes, it boils down to... If you... drawing wise too, like, do you prefer the more realistic? Do you prefer circles, ovals, or do you want them to have a pop style? Stars, super bright bendy dots to them, or more mangaka, big pupils, hashing. That's fair. And I think it's just like I think I'm such just an indecisive person that it makes it harder as well. Like, that's a big part of it too. Is that I have a hard time deciding. Boop. Boop. Just make a little oval. And then put you below. Do I like that? Hi, Pocky! I'm buff now, Pocky. You buff as fuck. Thank you. I tried. Alright, I think I'm looking at too many art styles at once. So I'm going to simple this down Okay, these are like more my big boy references. So it's chibi reference, chibi reference, chibi reference. So it's a rendering style reference. Actually, the vibe references. And then a vibe reference. Oops. These are vibes for what I want to draw when I'm done. Okay. If you want, you can have like a serious chibi style and then a goofy goober style. That's fair. That is fair. I like this as an example of like style, I think. Order and border. It's in that clear blue border. In that clear blue border. Okay, so oh, as a little side chat, I drew a lot in pen earlier in the year that helped me out. That could. I think that's good because like when you draw with pen, the thing that helps you do is it really helps you to be decisive. I think the biggest thing about art is you have to be decisive. Like, do you like whether you want it to look a certain way? The problem for me is I'm very indecisive. That's why I've worked on my background for like 5 years. Filling. If you want, how are you doing? I'm good. How are you? How are you doing, Pocky? Did I ask how you are? There was an intact typo on my lawn after I washed and dried it. What the fuck? How does that happen? What the fuck? Maybe the water didn't get hot enough? Did it ruin any of her clothes? That's my biggest question. No, the typo was like, I will survive. And maybe it jumped in at the last second. It was like, I will come with you, brother. I was super indecisive, but when you take away the ability to undo something and focus on learning just how to get the idea, yeah, that's fair, artisan. It didn't pop, bruh. Well, I mean, your clothes are okay, so that's the important part, yeah. Elaine is indecisive. Elaine is indecisive. Merge down. Marker this one. Just came back from a concert, first day off after 12 days, working back to back, tired as fuck. Oh my god, that's understandable that you'd be so tired. If you need to get rest, feel free to do so, Pocky. I'm glad that you stopped by to say hello before you went to eat. Means a lot to me. Magic of the dark moonlight. Whoop, whoop. Oh, fuck. Hey, that looks pretty connected there. Hang on. Distort. Like 12. No, 8 to 10 hours. Ew, it's still a lot. Good job. Abracadabra. Much down. Clipping mask, the lighter one. Oh, this actually it's fine. Isn't there like a darker color? Darker color. Oh. Okay. And then add, and then I want a pupil. A pupil that is this color. Boop. Ooh, I like this one. Want to slow. Boop, 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 boop. Get the white. Boop. You know what would be cool? Actually, if I did my favorite 4-pointed star on these kind of eyes. What? On like top, I think. I'm in the dream. I've got a big ego. No, they don't know why it's such a big deal. I think I'd have to make a brush for this though, because I don't think I'd want to draw this every single time. Ten shifts are rough. Tomorrow I have a wedding to shoot. Sunday off again. I'm gonna chill. Then 4 to 5 days editing. After that, I hope I get some. Yeah, you deserve that. You've been working hard for the past few months. You definitely deserve a break. Oh, that's what they. Yeah, I was confused. I did not. That's what those are. That's what they're called. Interesting. I did not know that. Do they have simple like? What's that? Make sure I'm with. I want to make a custom brush one. And then we'll read SCP stories. And then I'll read SCP stories. I'll get high. We'll watch TikToks. And then I don't know what. And then that'll be streaming, I think. Ground. Get high. Yes. I shall. Do not worry. Oh. Wait, you can do it like that? I didn't know you could make them chunky like this. I didn't know you could do that. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's kind of cute though. I didn't know you could make them so chunky like that. I didn't know you could make them chunky like. Oh, I didn't know you could make them chunky like that. Shit. Shit. Sorry, I don't know why I'm making such a goober right now. I can't see it. Transparent background. Okay. Alright. I think this is how you make a custom brush. How do you make an outline brush in... Actually, I think it's fine. File. PNG export. Star save. I said, Also happy if you're ever worried about the thing not saving your beans, I will remember. I wrote it down personally, so I will remember. Should we gamble or we can't? I can turn it on. Well, let me turn it on so you guys can gamble if you want to gamble. Don't gamble in real life. Gamble in chat. It's better for you to gamble in chat. Procreate. Is that? Ooh. Actually, yeah, we can duplicate this one. And then gamble in real life, of course. No! No! Gamble here. Shape. This is what I want. Edit. Import. File. Did I? It might be a photo. This one? Start. Oh, this is really small. Oh, and it's got a edit. I don't. Why? Okay, I gotta delete, duplicate, shape, edit, import, photo. This one. Alright, after Mr. Huh? After my browser started tweaking, I'm back. Welcome back. Alright, and then we can do like a. Why is it rotated? Why are you rotated? Size, opacity, float, tilt. 0. Spacing, amount, stabilization, taper, shape, grain, touch only, rotation properties, shape, conflict, Y. I don't want it to do any tilting. Barrel roll size, estimated pressure. Yeah, they're all going in the same direction, I think. Brush behavior. Hi, Big Fat Boobies! I'm good. How are you? I'm trying so hard not to overdo the dopamine grab from working on my videos so I don't get burned out. So I'm trying my best to binge myself here. That's fair. That's fair. That's how I felt yesterday that I kind of burnt up after stream. I was happy with how the video turned out. Okay, so now. You know what? Fuck it. It doesn't matter. I'll just do it and then I'll rotate it. There you go. There. Oh, but it like doubled it. Clear. Stroke path spacing. Amount. Stabilization. None. And should just, yep. Mish me? I did. I hope you're doing well. I don't know if this is gonna work the way I want it to, but we can hope and pray, right? I don't think this is gonna work the way I'm hoping it will, but we'll try. We'll try. The important part is that we're trying. Don't push too deep. Alright. Actually, let me try it this way. So, like, that. So this is what it is normally. This is that size. Okay, wait, let's make the big one like bigger. Clear. I want to remove these. Please. Please. Thank you. Here we go. Like that size, and we're gonna save it. What's it? My friend said 2-hour work periods, so I feel accomplished, but I'm also don't want to burn myself out. He's a pretty great friend, for real. I can't keep a straight face for stream today. The buff is so great. Thanks, Star, for that. Tweak on the daily, tweaking all the time. Tweak all the time, no matter how cringe someone might say you are. Tweaking is healthy. It's like complaining. Give me this. I like that. And now I select the 2, and I can rotate it. It's actually not big enough, but... And I don't actually know if I even like that. Clipping mask. Get the black. Let's do a fill layer. Would I rather that be bigger? I think I like it being on top. I just want to make it bigger, maybe? How do people decide? Yeah. March down, and I'm gonna distort this a little bit. I ain't telling chat to smoke crack is not on my bingo. What? 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 I meant tweak like get mad, get upset, get like crash out, you know? I didn't mean smoke crack. I didn't mean like that. Yeah, but I meant tweaking like crashing out. I didn't mean tweaking as in like no, don't, not yummy crack. No. That is not what I meant. I meant like tweaking like just like normal stuff. I did not mean it like, oh, you should go get tweaked in an alley. I mean, like that, you goobers. Actually, this is opacity 100%. This is how opacity lower. What? To be a star. To his new baby, I miss him, don't you blame me. Everyone's don't go crazy. Big camera lusties, and happy pipe dream. We're not giving out meth. No, no. The only drugs we do are fucking weed, man. Can I go into your walls for nosing? Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Let me know if anything breaks in there, though, okay? Cause like, we got maintenance connections, okay? So just let me know if anything breaks in there, okay? Much. So much copper. Weed laced with no, but stop it. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. You guys are taking what I said out of context. And I know I signed up for it by being her, but goddammit, that's not what I meant. I'm Arnold now. I don't know. I'm being weird. Just low key crashing out because I don't know what I'm doing. What do you think about that though? I think it needs a one more no! Vex, you're gonna get me banned. Vex, you're stressing me out. You're gonna get me banned. You're gonna get me banned, and I don't want to get banned. You're gonna get me banned. Color burn 20%. Q. We don't have anything in Q right now. So I actually don't know if that command actually would work regardless. But welcome on in. 1 second Ninja 2. I don't like it. I kind of like it. I think it's actually a little too light now. I actually don't like this color. Let me... Yeah, that's better. Okay, I'm kind of vibing with this. I'm kind of vibing with what's going on right there. Hey, facials. Try to stop using the undo for a bit to kind of what you put down zoom and then see how you like things. Fair. But I think I kind of like how it's going. I want to add like a little bit like more color variant, I think. But I don't... Let me grab a soft brush. Okay, I'm gonna try not to press undo at all. Can I turn the undo button off? Is that possible? You want eyes drop? Maybe a blue-white eye behind the... Try a blue-white... Oh, okay. No, I see what you mean. Yeah, right now we use like a purple white. Ooh! Okay, and then I would... Hold on. Down a little bit. Wait, now it's like... Oops. Thank you. Album. Hold on, I got this. I got this. I got it. It's okay. I got it. Add the queue. Shut. I got it. You're good. I got it. I got it. I think I want to rotate the eye a little bit. I sent it again. Now I got it. It'll play after this one. Don't worry. I'm trying to sleep. High key. Some of the best shit I've heard in a bit. Fair. Oh, I see something that I kind of did wrong, but no problem. I will wait for you to return and then we'll read SCP stories. I'm gonna try not to hit the undo button. What if the eyelashes were slightly red tone without a Oh. I see what you're putting down. Give me 10 seconds. Let me change the... So I have a slight bit of shading on them, but I see what you mean. Trying not to undo. It's very hard. Yeah, I like the line being on the under part of it. I think it looks nice. Okay, and then what if we... Clipping mask. Filler? Do I want that red or do I want this red? I think I want the darker red. No, eyelashes from the blank hair. Then, clipping mask. Hold on. I need a... Erasing is okay though. Go to actions, retrograde, press, gesture controls. Okay. Lashes looking for side tint. Yeah. I did purple, but Star suggestion of red is fucking, it's kind of peak. Okay, and then let me go to the, alright, wrench icon. It's in preferences, gesture controls. General. Disable, undo, and redo. Okay, there. We've disabled it. No more being indecisive. Or if I am indecisive, it's because I'd have to erase it or redo the entire thing. Smited the undo button. Yes, it is gone now. Oops. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I kind of see where the undo button will come in handy a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But that's okay. I can fix it. I got it. Go down, go down, go down, go down, go down. Here. Oops. Just gonna have to go to unlock it. And this guy's gonna come up. Except I need a fix. We lock in now. Let's go. Made 60 bucks. I just saved myself 60 bucks. Okay, nice. Just gotta erase all this extra stuff. There you go. I think the perspective on the right eye is good. I think the perspective on the left one is a little bit off. Like, the more I'm, like, looking at it, I feel like it's a little bit off. I'm gonna split this. Clear. When I have a stream on and gamble, I always win. Elaine doesn't know how to feel about that, but you know what? I'll take it. Distort. Oh, I put that one on the bottom. Okay. I'll probably do these eyes like one more time just so that way I can kind of ow. So I can reinforce this idea. My head. No, wait, no! Star, no! Hey, listen, Miku's great. We love Miku. Maybe a little bit more down. I need reference guides really quick. 2D. Need more. There you go. Okay. You. All right, and then just edit this a little bit. Yeah. Go big or go home without you, says the person who's never camped in their life. You never gone to a casino? I've never gone to a casino. I've never gambled in a casino. All right. Is there anything else that I want to add? It's already almost 7. What the fuck? All right. Well, shit. I can't take the edible until Vex comes back because I don't want to get too high while we're reading. While we're reading stuff. See, so does 3 see does I think that does count because like you're gambling. You are gambling technically when you do that, so I think so. Do I want to make the pupils smaller? It's got a cat-like quality. Shut. Okay, there we go. Tongues. I want to do a duplicate and then a. Oops. Oh no. Flatten. Undo. Oh, those are so cute. In the little preview, if you look at it in the little preview, it's actually kind of cute. I should quite like that. Just want to see what else I want to add. If I want to do like. Oh, it's already this color. I can't do the undo. Wait. What that means? Boop. The ball. I didn't make these even. Yeah, that's one of my problems. I didn't make these even. Still doesn't make it even. Oops. Sorry. I'm using the undo button just a little bit. Still don't trust me. Okay, but do I want... I feel like this isn't gonna look good, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Oh, that's not what I wanted. No problem. I should have played some Baby No Money. Yeah, then I don't like that. I do kind of wish I rounded the pupil, though. I will say. I wish I rounded the pupil more, I think. I think I kind of like a rounder pupil more. Oh no. I'm like a little hungry, which means this high is gonna hit me like a truck. I think I made the left eye too high. Um, Surprisingly, I didn't. But I think I know my issue with it. And then I'm gonna do it like this. Doop. Oops. Oops. I don't know how to draw a circle. Let me do it like this. Wild shape circle. Resize. Oops. Like the eye sparkle? Thank you. I do too. Okay, I don't know why that is doing that, but that's okay. No, I kind of like that egg shape, honestly. This egg shape that this one has. I don't know how I did that. Well, I guess kind of like this. So if we bring this back, but we raise it. Oops. Like that. And then erase. And then... I really like the right eye a lot, but I think it still looks pretty cute. Is there anything else I kind of want to add? Do I want to add one more eye highlight, I think? Nah. Ooh, I see. I see a thing that's happening. Who are the two characters singing in this? Oh, it's Shadow and Amy. Amy? Isn't Amy like Sonic? Ow. What is that for? Good night, Sheppy. Mwah. Good night. Sleep well. I hope those fries sit well in your tum tum and that you sleep ooby dooby well. Good night. I think fries are good. I have leftovers. Nice. Okay, I think. I need this to go more this way, I think. Perfect. Good night, Sheppy. Sleep well. Sleep, babies in the backseat. Won't you play that song for me? Okay, I don't know how, but I like the right eye a lot. The left eye is fucked. Welcome back. Perfect timing. Okay. Okay. Yippee wahoo! Hello, Chandler. Welcome on in. All right, we're gonna close out of this for now. Was less than a W? I think so. I think everybody had fun. Ugh. Use guides to match stuff, sides of stuff. By the way, yeah. I was using guides, but I think it's because like I edited it afterwards and I'm gonna have to redo it. Like the lines used in the ref sheets. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to redo the eye because I think when I like changed the scale of it when I flattened it, I fucked it up a little bit. Hello, Daedalus. Welcome on in. Alright. Do you guys want me to stay buff or do you want me to turn into my normal model for SCP time? Say pretty babies in the backseat sipping. Hey, baby, won't you play that song for me? Alright, what are we reading today? We have... This one is just one I wanted to read, so let me just add this one to the list. It's Keter class. Okay. Can you share your gains with me, buff stuff? Drawing. Drawing is what got me this buff. I say normal. Buff, stay buffed. I say normal. Okay, I'll do this in the middle. We have a few that we have to read for other people, but Vex, I know yours is more serious, so I will read yours in normal form, but I will read everyone else's in so I'll read yours last, but then I'll read everyone else's. Thank you. I'm a buff guy. What can I say? I'm just a buff guy. Okay. So I think the recommendations are 087. Say baby's in the backseat singing. Hey, baby, won't you play that? Oh, we read this one. We've read this one. Okay, SCP-178. Fair. Wrong. Search. Okay, this one. Yeah, this one looks like it'll be fun. And then SCP-1416. Okay, I'm just make sure I got the right one. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay. SCP time. Get the playlist. Oh, I gotta grab the playlist. But I fucking forgot to save. I gotta save to library. There you go. Oh. What the fuck? Why isn't it on my Spotify? Oh, it's fine. Never mind, because there's more. Yeah, I is it this? Wow, look at this. I like that. I like the I like the light, the site, how it looks. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, we were listening to 303 because I was in the mood for it. All right. All right. So for these ones, I'll read them in my silly form, and then we're gonna be serious, okay? All right. Oh, I need an edible in my mouth. Hold on. Goated with the show. Oh god. I only have what's left in this like little pouchy. I think it's like 1.5. We'll be fine. All right. What's your poetry? Huh? Goddamn, thank you. Oh, do you want TikToks this week? Yeah, you can send me TikToks. I think Kiwi sent me theirs, so yeah, send it to me. I'll open this, and then I will sit. Wait, Goblina shared a video with me. I don't. What? Okay, I don't know what that is. Anywho, okay. Anywho. SCP-178. Object Class Euclid. SCP-178 is to be stored in a Class 3 anomalous object container guarded by no fewer than 2 armed personnel with Level 3 clearance when not undergoing testing. Item is to be removed from containment only with the written permission of personnel with Level 4 clearance or higher. Good night, Pocky! Following Incident 17814 Alpha, all tests are to be monitored remotely, and the presence of all personnel apart from test subjects in the testing area during experimentation is expressly prohibited. SCP-178 is a pair of white stereoscopic 3D glasses with a rectangular white cardboard frame and lenses of transparent blue and red, left and right lenses respectively. Plastic. The item exhibits no unusual physical properties apart from the slight discoloration of cardboard consistent with the age. When worn, the wearer begins perceiving large bipedal entities in addition to its ordinary surroundings. Entities reportedly exhibit a docile and occasionally curious behavior. Reports include entities leaning over the wearer or any other personnel, see Incident Report 1714 Alpha, to directly interact with the entities result in severe lacerations suddenly appearing on the persons involved. The appearance of lacerations is rapid and continues until the moment the wearer expires. What? The pattern of laceration is always consistent with being slashed with 3 parallel tapered sharp objects of lengths varying between 14 and 27.4 centimeters, and maximum thickness varying between 2.9 and 8.1 centimeters. The music is loud. Hold on, I gotta turn it down a little bit. Okay, sorry. Recording and measuring devices used during testing failed to detect any anomalous, including while lacerations were appearing on subjects. Subjects do not report hearing any sounds emanating from the entities. Long-term observation of subjects exposed to the item reveals no lasting effects. Stereoscopic images viewed through the item appear three-dimensional. Addendum 1. Item was recovered on, redacted, in Tennessee by agent, operating as a deep cover agent in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who arrived in the town following reports of a child being found dead in her second-floor bedroom, apparently as a result of unusual mauling. Agent noticed a bloodstained stereoscope image of a Ferris wheel adjacent to where their child was discovered, and after some searching, found the item under the child's bed where it had apparently been thrown during the child's death throes. RIP? And his throws spelled like that? Is death row spelled? Sorry, I have to know. Oh, they are spelled like that. Interesting. Agent then proceeded to recall a recovery team to his location. Following the recovery team's arrival, Agent wore the item and looked at the image, reporting nothing unusual until he turned his head to his left, whereupon he noticed an entity approximately an inch from his face leaning over his shoulder and looking at the stereoscopic image. In the debriefing, Agent reported also noticing several other entities in the room observing him and the recovery team. Agent refrained from attempting to interact with the entities and items, and the item was recovered without incident. Addendum 2. All experiments are being logged in file 178E. So we'll read that. Experiment 178D with 3 doctors assisting. Procedure. D-class subject is to be placed in secure test chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed via bulletproof glass to adjacent control room and via audio and video recording devices. D-class subject will be instructed to wear SCP-178 and report what it observes until told otherwise. Subject D 1783-1, male, 41, no discernible mental abnormalities, is placed in the chamber and told to wear SCP-178. Subject is not told the nature of SCP-178's nature. Subject does as instructed, then immediately expresses distress by throwing SCP-178 away and covering its eyes with vocalizing fear. Research staff instructs subject to describe the source of its distress. Subject unresponsive. Research staff attempts to calm the subject. Subject responds by uncovering its face and looking around, appearing to still be distressed. Research staff instructs the subject once again to describe the source of its distress. Subject responds by stating the presence of an unfamiliar entity in close proximity to its face the moment it wore SCP-178. Research staff instructs subject to describe the entity in detail. Subject responds by stating entity was hideous and had too many eyes. Research staff instructs subject to describe the entity in greater detail. Subject states it did not manage to perceive many details before removing SCP-178. Research staff instructs the subject to wear SCP-178. Subject is uncooperative. Research staff repeats instructions. Subject uncooperative. Research staff threatens subject with termination unless it cooperates. Subject uncooperative. Testing is ended and subject placed under surveillance to test for long-lasting symptoms of exposure. Subject displays symptoms of mild paranoia for 2 days before returning to normal behavior patterns. Surveillance ended after 30 days and subject is terminated. Damn. Note: well, this wasn't very informative, but at least it confirms we have an actual anomalous object in our hands. Experiment 178E2 with, I presume, the same doctors. D-class subject is to be placed in a secure test chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed via bulletproof glass window to adjacent control room and via audio and video recording device. D-class subject will be instructed to wear SCP-178 and report what it observes until told otherwise. Subject D63164, female 31, with no discernible mental abnormalities, is placed in the chamber and instructed to wear SCP-178. Subject is not told of SCP-178's true nature. Subject does as instructed and immediately begins emitting expletives and walking backwards toward the chamber's wall, looking intently at something to its 1 o'clock. Research staff instructs subject to describe what it's seeing. Subject presses its back to the chamber wall and describes an entity standing halfway across the test chamber by the wall, looking at the wall. Research staff instructs subject to describe the entity in detail. Subject states the entity is bipedal, possesses 2 additional upper appendages, and ending in large conical protrusions, and a smooth head. Research staff instructs subject to provide additional details. Subject begins describing the entity and then suddenly expresses distress, stating, "Oh God, it's looking right at me." Subject collapses against the test chamber wall, still staring in the same direction. Research staff inquires as to whether the entity is exhibiting hostility or not. Subject states that it is not moving but looking at it. Subject instructs to remove SCP-178. Subject refuses, stating that it does not trust the entity. Subject reminded that uncooperative behavior will result in termination. Subject removes SCP-178 and begins looking around the test chamber in distress, saying that it no longer can see the entity. Subject instructed to wear SCP-178. Subject complies and states the entity is still looking at it. Subject instructed to report any changes in the entity's behavior. 2 minutes and 37 seconds pass before the subject states entity is no longer looking at it. Subject states entity is looking at the wall again. Subject reports no further changes for 17 minutes and 55 seconds. Test ended. Note: it seems strange that the thing the subject saw was so disinterested. When given the way the item came into the Foundation's attention, we didn't wait. It seems strange that the thing the subject saw was so disinterested. Given the way it came into Foundation attention, we didn't pick up anything in any of the recording equipment either. I wonder if the entity is really there or an illusion generated by the item. Experiment 178E3. D-class subject is to be placed in secured test chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed via bulletproof glass window to adjacent control room and via audio and video recording devices. A fractal blue and red image is to be placed on one wall of the test chamber, and a plastic bin containing 10 standard headed balls is to be placed near the opposite wall. The class subject will be told 178 is an experiment in the next generation 3D specs, and that staring at the fractal image while wearing SCP-178 will allow it to see animated 3D dimensional images. The class subject will then be instructed to wear SCP-178 and report what it observes. In case the subject perceives any entities, it will be instructed to throw a tennis ball at them. D51441, male 27, arson, murder, and no other discernible mental anomalies is instructed to stand at the end of the test chamber opposite the fractal image and wear SCP-178. Subject complies and expresses surprise and discomfort. Subject instructed to describe what it perceives. Subject states that it perceives two entities standing in the room. One, from now on referred as Entity 1, next to the fractal image with its back to the subject, and the other, from now referred as Entity 2, crossing the room from left to right. Subject opines? Opines? Subject opines? What does opines mean? The third person. Okay. Subject opines that the person who designed the animation is mentally unbalanced. Subject instructed to describe entities to's gait. Subject states its walk using both its legs and upper appendages. Subject equates entities to gait to that of a gorilla. If someone puts its skeleton together wrong. Research staff inquires whether both entities are similar. Subject replies that apart from the size, they appear to be generally similar. Subject then proceeds to describe the entities fitting the description of the entity in experiment 178E2. Subject instructed to pick up one tennis ball and throw it at entity 2. Subject complies. Both the research chat and the audio recording device observe the ball moving uninterrupted until it hits the floor on the opposite side of the test chamber. Subject expresses surprise and distress, attempting to back away for 0.7 seconds before severe laceration began appearing on its body. Buff Cat whispers cursed knowledge into my ear. Subject complies. Both the research staff and the audio recording. I'm just gonna reread this. Audio recording device observe the ball moving uninterrupted until it hits the floor on the opposite side of the test chamber. Subject expresses surprise and distress, attempting to back away for 0.7 seconds before severe lacerations begin appearing on its body. Appearance of lacerations continue for 4.7 seconds until subject presumably expires from massive bleeding and trauma. Why did they say expires instead of just they die? Like that doesn't really make sense to me. Okay. Autopsy on expired subject reveals lacerations consistent with that being slashed by 3 sharp objects, relatively thick and tapering to a point approximately 17 centimeters in length and 4 centimeters in maximum width. Analysis of ball thrown by subject discovers only trace amounts of human sweat, matching subject D51441. More hairy or more bald? More bald, maybe. Maybe. I have a lot of hair, so maybe more bald? Notes. Holy shit! It would appear that these things don't like being disturbed. On one hand, the ball sailed through the air like nothing was there, and with the death of the subject, we cannot know if it was indeed past where the entity was or not. This is still far from conclusive, but the pattern of laceration matches the findings of the item's recovery site, so at least we've established beyond any doubt that it is dangerous. It is interesting to note that so far, entities are pretty consistent in appearance despite variance between test subjects. I wonder if any non-violent interactions between the subject and entities is possible. God damn. God damn, Dex. Like, is it like both? Like, is it more hairy on my head or more hairy overall? Or more bald on my head or more bald overall? I don't have another hairband. Experiment 17E4. Sorry, I am braiding my hair again because I was getting a tension headache. The class subject is to be placed in a secure testing chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed via bulletproof glass window to adjacent control room via audio. I don't know. I don't really want to. I'm just gonna read what's different. Uh. No, it's fine. Just read the whole thing. Oh, it is different. It's already different. God damn it. Sorry. The test chamber is to be observed via bulletproof glass window to adjacent control room, via audio and video recording devices, via infrared cameras, electromagnetic radiation sensor, and motion detectors. A fractal blue and red image is to be placed on one wall of the test chamber. These class subject we told SCP-178 is an experiment in the next generation 3D specs, and the staring at the fractal image while wearing SCP-178 will allow it to see animated three-dimensional images. D-class subject will then be instructed to wear SCP-178 and report what it observes. In case the subject perceives any entities, it will be instructed to attempt to speak with them. Hi, Moon! D84291, female 19, no discernible mental anomalies, is instructed to stand near the wall opposite of the fractal images and wear SCP-178. Subject complies immediately and expresses revulsion. Subject instructed to describe what it perceives. Subject describes one entity similar to those previously reported, standing approximately 2 meters from it and looking at it. Subject is instructed to attempt to speak to it. Subject appears confused as to why it would attempt to speak to an animated image. Research staff repeats the instruction. Subject expresses irritation. Hello, weird thing. How are you today? In a bored manner. Lacerations begin appearing on the subject's torso, abdomen 0.2 seconds after subject finishes speaking. Subject's right arm severed above the elbow after 2.4 seconds. Laceration and subject vocalization stops after 8.4 seconds when the subject presumably dies. Autopsies on dead subject reveals that the same kind of lacerations indicating sharp objects from 21 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width. Yeah. I'll be back later. No problem, Moon. We'll be here. Every time I enter this stream, a new animal is streaming. I don't know why. You're welcome. You're welcome. You'll get used to it. Same voice, different looks. I guess that means we can assume that any attempt to interact with the entities ends in hostility, and nothing on the sensors either. We're establishing a pattern here, but the main question is still whether the death of the subject is caused by the item or external entities. I wonder if subjects not wearing the item can be affected by it. Ooh. 2 D-class subjects are to be placed in a secure test chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed via bulletproof glass window to adjacent control room, via audio and video recording devices, via infrared cameras, electromagnetic radiation sensors, and motion detectors. Both subjects will have general knowledge of the properties of SCP-178. One subject, designated Subject 1, will be instructed to wear SCP-178 and will describe to the other subject, designated Subject 2, the location and appearance of any perceived entities in the test chamber. Subject 2 will attempt to interact with the entities. Subject 1, D6155, female, 35, 3 counts of murder. What does GBH mean? GBH. Crime? Grief. Oh, okay. No, and no discernible mental ability, and subject 2, D57321, female, 27, with no discernible mental abnormalities are placed in the test chamber. Subject 1 is instructed to wear SCP-178. Subject 1 expresses dislike for the research staff. Subject 2 concurs. Research staff reminds both subjects that uncooperative behavior is grounds for termination. Subject 1 wears SCP-178 and begins cursing. Subject 2 expresses distress and inquires as the reason for Subject 1's consternation. This one uses a lot of big words. Subject 1 states that there's one right behind you. Subject 2 turns around and states it cannot see anything unusual. Research staff calms both subjects by assuring them the perceived entities are harmless and instructs Subject 1 to assist Subject 2 in making contact with the entities. Subject 1 states that there's an entity about a foot in front of her and that the entity's head is about 2 feet taller than her. Subject 2 inquires whether the entity is looking at it. Subject 1 replies the affirmative. Subject 2 attempts to calm itself and proceeds to look whether it considers the entity's head to say, hi there. Lacerations immediately begin to appear on Subject 2's torso and face for 0.9 seconds before Subject 2's neck is severed. Subject 1 vocalizes acute distress and runs towards the test store chamber. Subject 1 attempts to bludgeon the door open unsuccessfully for 5 seconds before turning around and saying, presumably to a perceived entity, no, get away. Subject 1 begins suffering lacerations across the abdomen and torso. Movement, laceration, and vocalization cease simultaneously after 17.3 seconds. Autopsies on dead subjects revealed 2 different laceration patterns. The relatively few lacerations suffered by subject 2 are consistent with laceration caused with 3 sharp objects, approximately 27 centimeters in length and 8 centimeters in maximum width, while many lacerations suffered by a subject 1 are consistent with lacerations caused by 3 sharp objects, approximately 14 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters in width. We still don't know whether the entities are actually there or are illusions caused by SCP-178, but now we know that they can affect the wearer. This means they can affect more than the wearer. This means that the subject is potentially more dangerous than we initially surmised. Interestingly enough, the 2 subjects showed different laceration patterns as though they were inflicted by different entities. A shame we didn't ask subject 1 about the number of entities in the room. We'll do better next time. It's also possible that subject would have been harmed if she hadn't addressed the entities herself. That's also worth checking out. 2 D-class subjects are to be placed in a secure test chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed via bulletproof glass window to adjacent control room, via audio and video recording devices, via infrared cameras, electromagnetic radiation sensors, and motion detectors. Both subjects will have general knowledge of properties of SCP-178. Subject 1 will be instructed to wear SCP-178 and will describe to subject 2 the location and appearance of any perceived entities in the test chamber. Subject 2 will attempt to interact with the entities. Subject 1 will be instructed to not speak or otherwise interact with entities at any eventuality. To ensure this, Subject 1 will be told that any attempts to make contact with the entities will result in termination. Subject 1, D83616, male, 44, with no discernible abnormalities, and Subject 2, D36176, male, 52, also with no discernible mental abnormalities, are placed in the test chamber. Subject 1 is instructed to wear SCP-178. Subject 1 uncooperative. Subject 1 instructed again to wear SCP-178. Subject 1 uncooperative. Subject 2 urges Subject 1 to cooperate for fear of punitive measures. Subject 1 wears SCP-178 and expresses surprise and disgust. Research staff requires as to the number of entities. Subject 1 states, "They're fucking everywhere, Doc. There's 9 of them here with us." Subject 1 then turns to look at the bulletproof glass window separating the test chamber from the control room and states, "And there's 3 in there with you. Look, there's one right over your..." Data expunge. See 17. Oh. Following the loss of all research staff in Incident 17814 Alpha, the containment protocols have been revised. Ooh. Okay. Alright, the difference of... Okay. D-class subject is to be placed in secure testing chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be divided into 2 partitions in a 5:1 ratio, with smaller partitions containing the chamber entrance separated by bulletproof glass, with a small hole in the middle covered in steel mesh to allow the passage of sound from one partition to the other. The test chamber will be observed remotely via audio and recording devices, via infrared cameras, electromagnetic radiation sensors, and motion detectors. Subject is to be told of SCP-178's nature and instructed to wear SCP-178 and attempt to communicate with entities on the other side of the partition. Subject D13627, male, 52, rape, double homicide, and no discernible mental abnormalities, is placed in the test chamber and instructed to wear SCP-178. Subject expresses displeasure but complies. Subject instructed to describe what it perceives. Subject describes 4 entities in the other partition. Subject states entities look docile, 2 of them jabbing the walls and the other 2 looking through the glass. Research staff inquires whether any entities are present in the subject's partition. Subject looks around and replies that none are present. Subject instructed to attempt to communicate with the entities. Subject expresses a desire to get this over with. Subject says, presumably towards the perceived entity, "Hello? Can you hear me?" Before recoiling suddenly. Research staff inquires as to the reason the subject recoiled. The subject replies that the entities have begun pounding on the glass with their upper appendages. Research staff inquires whether they are succeeding in causing any visible damage to the partition. Subject replies that they are not. Audio recorders fail to pick up any sound apart from those emitted by the subject. Research staff inquires whether the subject can hear the entities pounding on the partition. Subject appears perplexed and replies to the negative. No change occurs for 10 minutes and 14 seconds. Research staff announce the end of the experiment. Subject expresses relief and removes SCP-178, placing it on the floor. Testing chamber door opens and 2 security personnel demand the subjects come with them, presumably to the D-class cell. Subject turns toward the door and begins complying when lacerations begin appearing across his face, torso, and upper arms. Subject vocalizes distress, and both security personnel recoil and emit expletives. Agent's radios a containment breach. Agent begins firing his weapon into the chamber, hitting and killing the subject after 2.1 seconds of being lacerated. Containment teams are mobilized to testing area, and the sector goes into lockdown. Searches are conducted after 4 hours and 4 minutes without any findings of further incidents, and lockdown is lifted. SC-178 is found where subject D13627 dropped it. Damn. Fuck. That could have been catastrophic. First time we get to experiment on SCP-178 and the whole sector goes into lockdown. The brass aren't going to be pleased. I think we should come up with some lower risk experiments for the foreseeable future. I guess anywhere that attempts to establish contact with entities can die even after removing SCP-178. It's interesting to note that the agent suffered no ill effects despite firing at the entity. I estimate it is because he had only very limited knowledge about the entities observed by those who wear the item. Yeah, so he didn't know of it. Like, right? He didn't. I think like the fact is like it's like when you know of it is when it fucks you, right? All right. D-class subject is to be placed in secure testing chamber containing SCP-178 and a video camera connected to a monitor. The test chamber is to be observed remotely via audio and recording. Subject is to be instructed to hold SCP-178 up to the camera and report what it sees on the monitor. The camera is both connected to the monitor and to an external recording device. Pending the success of the experiment, the research staff will submit a request to view the recording. Okay. Subject D61286, female 28, 15, counts of GBH, 2 counts of murder, and no discernible mental abnormalities, is placed in the test chamber and instructed to pick up SCP-178 and hold it to the camera. Subject complies and holds SCP-178 approximately 20 centimeters from the camera. Subject instructed to hold SCP-178 up to the camera so that it sees through it. Subject inquires as to which lens it should hold it to. Subject instructed to hold the red lens up to the camera. Subject complies. Research staff inquires whether the monitor is playing anything unusual. Subject replies to the negative. Subject instructed to hold the blue lens up to the camera. Subject complies and reports the monitor still does not display anything unusual. Subject is instructed to put down the camera and wear SCP-178. Subject complies. Subject vocalizes acute distress, stumbling backwards while staring at the monitor. Research staff inquires as to the source of the subject's distress. Subject reports 3 entities crouched in front of the monitor, looking at it. Subject instructed to remove SCP-178 and test is ended. It would appear that either the item functions similarly to ordinary stereoscopic glasses and requires 2 eyes, or the effect isn't merely optic. There's a way to test that. Ooh. Okay. D-class subject is to be placed in secure test chamber containing SCP-178 and a special mount containing 2 small so it's red. Yes, they're like old-timey, not old-timey, I'm sorry, but yeah, they're essentially 3D glasses. They're like made of paper and plastic. As sorry. And the monster slash you only if you interact with them. Only so if you speak to them, they immediately lash out to you. If you interact with them in any other way, it takes a little bit and then they fuck you up. D-class subject is to be placed in a secure testing chamber containing SCP-178 and a special mounted camera with 2 small video cameras simulating a pair of human eyes connected to the monitor that splices both images together in real time to create an image, similar to the way stereoscopic sight works. The test chamber is to be observed remotely via audio and video recording devices via infrared cameras, electromagnetic radiation sensors, and motion detectors. Subject is to be instructed to hold SCP-178 up to the camera and report what he sees on the monitor. The camera is set to record. Pending success, the research staff will submit a request to view the recording. Old-timey 2007. Shush. It's like a dude with 2 shoulder arms. Yeah. God damn it, happy. Subject D87325. Male, 32, with no discernible mental abnormalities, is placed in the test chamber and instructed to pick up SCP-178 and hold it up to the 2 cameras. Subject complies and holds SCP-178 approximately 20 centimeters from the 2 cameras. Subject instructed to view the monitor and describe what it sees. Subject complies and vocalizes distress, dropping 178 and backing to the chamber wall. We should have inquired to the source of subject. Research staff inquires to the source of subject's distress. Subject says, "They're fucking watching me." Subject is instructed to hold SCP-178 to the 2 cameras. Subject is uncooperative. Research staff threaten subject with termination unless it complies. Subject complies and holds SCP-178 to the 2 cameras. Subject is instructed to attempt to communicate with entities. Subject says, hello? In the opposite direction of the monitor, resuming in the direction of the entities. After 0.5 seconds, lacerations appear on the subject's torso, face, and right arm. Experiment is concluded and SCP-178 is recovered. Autopsy on dead subject showed consistent lacerations approximately 27 centimeters in length and 8 centimeters in maximum width. Analysis of recorded footage shows 3 separate entities with varying sizes observing subject. When subject attempts to communicate with entities, 2 grow sharp claws and lunge at the subject. They look more hideous than we imagined. We are going to need to analyze the footage more and calculate the speeds of entities before we do any more experimentation. Gert, yogurt. Very cool. Okay. Okay. And then addendum number 3, personnel with level 4 clearance are urged to read incident report 178.14 alpha. Reading incident report 817.814 alpha is mandatory for all personnel with level 4 clearance or higher, overseeing or approving experiments with the item. Warning, failure to comply with addendum 3 is grounds for disciplinary measures. Do they ever give us that addendum? That they don't give us that report. That's fucking, yeah, and these are what they are said to look like. So let me copy image. That's cool. I like that kind of like alternate reality SCP-esque vibe. Like the camcorder SCP from oh yeah, exactly like that. Yeah. But this one I guess has a little bit of an extra middleman in it, you could say. I like the image for this, but like I think I might need a different image because like this doesn't fit in the square. This doesn't fit in the square good. Or like I guess I could do it this way. I could do like this. What's your favorite SCP? What was I liked the second one that we watched a lot. Overlord. I liked Overlord a lot. That one I liked quite a bit. I just put it diagonally because like none of them are gonna fit, so this works for me. The one with the cult, yeah, the one with the cult. I like that one a lot. I just loved the suspense, but I will say I liked the ending of the first one more. Yeah, the reveal was very cool. All right, so this next one is 1416-1. How they were floating. Yeah, that was shocking. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. SCP-1461. Object class, Euclid. Site 6 has been constructed around SCP-1461. Task Force Lambda 30, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. What the fuck? I like it, that one. Is on permanent assignment to reinforce Site 6 security. Any unusual activity from SCP-1461 is to be reported to on-site Level 4 supervisors who will immediately implement A47 daybreak procedures at their discretion. See Site 6 Standard Procedure Guide. Any operatives entering SCP-1461 should be fitted with a full nuclear, biological, chemical, anomalous protection, and armed escorts. SCP-1461 is considered a high-priority target for the organization known as the Church of the Broken God, who have made several attempts to breach Site 6 and access SCP-1461 since the 1900s. Stay contained because they don't mind. Yeah. It's like, it's like when you go to prison and you like being in prison because being in prison is kind of nicer than living life. SCP-1461 is an English mana circa 1890, with attached sub-levels. It came to the Foundation's attention in November of 1941 when the dwelling and its sub-level facilities vanished, then rematerialized after an 11-day period of absence. The surface portion of SCP-1461 is a 2-level dwelling and a 12-bedroom, 4-bath, 3-study, and a main foyer ballroom, a library, a kitchen, and a pantry basement. Most of these rooms were converted into simple barracks prior to the Foundation acquisition, and are believed to have been dwellings for the cult. Site 6 staff have reinforced the structure and used the available space to house monitoring rooms and security forces. No anomalous activity has ever originated from the manor itself. It's gay. Ooh. The Church of the Broken Judge just wants to jailbreak 1461. 1461? Which one's 14? Did we read 1461? Hold on. I'm really bad at remembering the ones that jogs me. Okay, I don't think we've read that one yet. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, so the manor seems to be fine. The sub-level facilities are accessible through the manor's basement. The layout and size of the sub-level facilities have yet to be accurately measured due to the anomalous qualities of the facility and hostile entities within. I am reading 1461. This one was prescribed to me by Fruitbat. Okay. The facility is constructed primarily from concrete, iron, and brass, but also a number of exotic and/or unknown materials. The layout of the facility follows illogical routes in architecture. For example, doorways into solid walls or open chasms, stairwells ascend into empty space, etc. Extensive damages appeared throughout the facility. Certain sections have caved in and are filled with an unidentifiable gray sandstone that exists nowhere on the Foundation's expanded periodic table of elements. Facilities also contain a wide array of the anomalous artifact, both active and neutralized. See inventory document I-1461 current. It is unknown whether the facility's erratic layout and artifacts were present prior to the SCP-1461's disappearance, or if they were introduced during said absence. Just the basement is weird, and it's not Euclidean dungeon crawler, so you're saying it's procedure? Yeah! It's a roguelike. The sub-level facilities are extremely hazardous, with an extensive array of moving mechanical apparatuses, gearworks, pistons, steam pipes, and a coolant tube that lack appropriate safety measures. The machinery is maintained by strategic placements of nozzles that dispense black mucus-like substance which is highly corrosive to organic materials, but also serves as a coolant and lubricant. Some sections appear to be emitting strong gamma and X-ray radiation, registering 75 counts per second at their highest recording record. The source of this radiation is unknown, as none of the machinery appears to be constructed with or house radioactive components. SCP-1461 contains approximately 57 humanoid entities, including 7 former Foundation personnel, designated as SCP-1461-1. These entities, through an unknown process, have been augmented with crude mechanical implants and an as of yet discovered section of SCP-1461. Each instant of SCP-1461-1 has been uniquely augmented with little uniformity between them. The majority have been augmented with metallic teeth and claw-like protrusions on their hands, giving them lethal close-quarter combat ability. Other augmentations include iron bolts haphazardly grafted to the subject's bones, severe reinforcement to the spinal column, and the replacement of one or more organs with their prosthetic equivalents. SCP-1461-1 appears to possess no higher brain function or retain any sense of self, acting entirely on canine levels of instinct and intelligence. Instances stick to 1 or 2 unit groups, build easily hidden or defensible nest, and attempt to collect food cannibalized from one another or from intruding Foundation staff. All instances of SCP-1461-1 are considered extremely hostile. It is theorized that SCP-1461 itself may command SCP-1461-1. The speaking tube system throughout the facility has been observed emitting loud metallic shrieks that cause SCP-1461-1 to retreat from an area. In other encounters, a metallic odor identified to be blood filters through the ventilation system, drawing SCP-1461-1 to the marked location. The frequency and accuracy of which SCP-1461 that sent marks areas currently occupied by Foundation personnel suggests some kind of guiding hostile intelligence. At least 4 instances of SCP-1461-1 have received additional augmentation, placing their esophagus and lungs with phonograph device powered by SCP-1461-1's own motion. These phonographs emit a constant repeating stream of speech peppered with religious symbols, but has provided no clues as to its creator or purpose. Addendum. According to records from 1941, the manor was owned by a man and his family. A World War I veteran was injured during the Battle of the Somme and shipped to a London hospital shortly before the war's end. His experience appeared to have had a profound psychological effect, giving a nihilistic view of society. He constructed SCP-1461 with the intent of somehow ending or escaping the world. More information can be extrapolated from his journals recovered from within SCP-1461. See Evidence Summary V 2008-5. It is believed that the veteran had anywhere from 50 to 100 employees helping him with this task, the majority of whom eventually reorganized into a cult devoted to SCP-1461. An unknown number of these followers were present in SCP-1461 when it vanished, along with the veteran, his wife, and 2 children. Today, only 6 of these individuals have been counted for. Interesting. Oh, damn, this is a long-ass thing. I don't know if I want to read this right now. Oh shit, that sounds cool though. Alright, we're gonna read it. I think I had to be a little bit more serious for this, so hold on. I'm gonna save my buff self really quick. And we're gonna go into serious mode. Because if we're gonna have me reading this much, I wanna be in serious mode. Okay. Excuse me, buff man. I must go back to normal. Also, let me be just chatting really quick. I keep salivating. It's hard to not salivate when I'm talking this much. But it like fucks up my words. Alright. Summary of evidence from recovery site V2008-5. I think it's important to provide context so future... Wait, sorry. Okay. I think it's important to provide context so future generations may recognize the... Wait, this is a British guy. I think it's important to provide context so future generations may not recognize the urgency of my endeavor. In 1961, I enlisted into His Majesty's 5th Infantry Division and in the bloody trenches of Europe I witnessed proof of humanity's barbarianism and the absence of God. Wounded in battle and wallowing in septic mud, the fever fell upon me, and with it came the visions. In my nightmares, I saw a great iron worm with jaws like a dragon devouring the fields of Europe. It had no teeth, but masses of grinding gears that tore flesh and stone to pulp. It was a... Oh! Rude. Why you pooed on me? Is it because I have to be British? Its voice was the roar of falling artillery, its breath the blistering poison of mustard gas. Damned souls were belched into a starless sky like smoke lost in cloud indifferent void. I didn't even hear the fire. Oh, it's because it's muted! I forgot to unmute it because of D&D again. I'm sorry. God damn it, now I just look stupid. I have no memory of my conscious actions during that time, but I have last found myself in a hospital in London. They told me the war was over, but the dreams did not leave. I would wake in a cold sweat filled with purpose. Hastily I scribbled down designs that had been burned into my mind, strange in alien architectures I did not recognize or understand. Silent but deadly. Imagine if you farted in that'd be so funny. I snore. I memeingly snore when I my character falls asleep. Sorry, I'm salivating a lot. Finally, I returned home to my wife and children. Brave Simon and little Simone were... You'd name your kid that similar? Were a welcome escape from my fear, but my wife Clarice took notice. Shell shock, she called it. The word on the lips of every veteran's wife or mother. I tried to explain my visions, what instilled such fear in me, but she recoiled as if I were a mere madman. If only that were the case. The children heeded my warnings, however. They were rightly afraid, yet that was not my intent. No, Simon, do not fear the police. No, Simone, please do not cry. Father will not let you be fed to the worm. The schematics! They must be the secret to stopping the worm. I feel a connection, a familiarity that likens them unto a great mental snare. With them I will cage the beast. Day 825. So long in my workshops. So long in the belly of the Father's home. Free from prying eyes, working, ever building. My wife questions but refuses to listen. Only the children heed. Only Simon understands. A finer son no father could want. My family's wealth is modest, but the urgency that gives energy to my limbs also guides my thoughts. Through clever accounting, I can take advantage of the working class's desperation. So many seek work and an honest day's wages that they do not question my motives. Some even show curiosity, enthralled by my designs. A work Leonardo himself would envy, they say. We are more than employers and laborer. We are growing congregations, seers who know the truth. With the enlightenment to spur to others forward, we can make excellent time. They build and forge, dig and reinforce, laying pipes and wrapping conduits in rubber. On the surface, they speak of great depression, of economic and social despair. Below, I lay the foundation of a greater tomorrow. But I smell the burning breath of the worm. It is close. We must hurry. Day 2398. I have seen the puppet of the worm, a puffy Austrian who commands power from the desperate, and in their despair they hurl themselves into the grinding teeth of the worm and call themselves master of 1,000 years. I see his face in the new position and scream at his empty, hateful eyes, but no one listens, no one sees. The nightmare have changed. Now they are more than mere soldiers and are on an apostate battlefield. Now they are prisons, camps of men and women and children, their flesh shriveled by cruelty and neglect. The worm feeds on them, and their souls are so weak they cannot even flee into the heavenless sky. I fear for them, but I fear for my own children even more. In my dreams, I hear them crying on the battlefield. They call out for God, for their mother, for their father. Only I can answer. Day 2567. Tonight. The vision came. I saw the worm eating the rotten flesh of a dead world. The stars had burned out. The sun bled into blackness until only the night was but a flickering candle. A torch held against oblivion. No Christian god holds that torch. No pagan worship. No politician or priest. I hold the torch. I stand within the snare built of iron and earth and blood of man, and I bait the worm into its doom. The next day. Success. The worm is trapped. The day after that. My victory was short-sighted. The worm is caged, but it's already unleashed its plague upon us. The bombs fall upon London. War rages once more. The worm cries out from below, mocking me even as it thrashes within its cage. The world is doomed. My coworker doesn't eat pork because he was told the day. But, like, how would he know, you know? Like, I've heard that too, but it's like, you never know, you know? Um, The work crew fears it, or maybe they fear me. Some want to leave to fight another pointless war for their homeland. Others stand behind me, terrified of what could come for us. How? How can we escape this rotting world and the locusts that devour it? The same day. I finally understand the purpose of my great machine. Not a cage, an engine. A device that dwarfs all measure of man's science, Satan's magic, and God's miracles. I like that. A machine that will deliver us from oblivion. All it needed was a heart, a burning furnace to power it. How ironic that the worm was promised my doom, and it is now an engine that will strive our salvation. The laborers who heeded my warning have banded with me like a cult to its messiah. They gathered at my feet, and as its dutiful shepherd, I will guide them to paradise. Some resisted. I do not hate them. I do not hate the people of the ruined world. I pity them. It was all I could do to instruct my followers that a merciful death is preferable to the alternative. Those who would not come with us were better off sent away by their kin than by some heartless enemy on the battlefield. I go through the switch of my great machine and free ourselves from the madness of the grave. Let's take to a war on stuff just to be safe, I guess. But unless you're ever eating a human, you would never know. You know, he's missing out on a lot of good food. And then now he starts with day 1 instead of the next day. In one brilliant flash, my engine and the mana above had been delivered from the war-torn earth to a new world. The place is like our own, but different in many ways. A grey mist swirls around the manor, free of the stink of gunpowder and urban decay. The manor sits in a field of grey soil, devoid of vegetation. I hear no buzzing of essence. I see no sun nor moon, just a dull, sourceless light. I like when he said, "Success, the worm is trapped." The engine has gone quiet now. The worm must have been consumed by its own fire. Some merciful part of my soul, so flushed with victory and a new hope, prays for the worm is at peace. Where on earth there would be night and day, here the light never changes. The grey mist lingers, muting all sound. My fathers look to me for answers. They say I am the voice of the end, and surely I must know what to do. I push for patience and make promises I had already begun to doubt myself. To satisfy their curiosity, I asked 3 of my bravest to venture out in search of anything. Why the days reset? Because it seems like they teleported to like an alternate reality. So he's counting that as like a day 1. Like day 1 in this new reality, essentially. I try to reassure my family, but Clarice looks at me with only fear and hate. She's walled herself up in the bedrooms with Simone. Simon stays with me, though. He wishes to go and see this new world. I refuse him. I will not threaten his life for the sake of knowledge. Even as I write these words, I am startled by what I see. This world was to be our safe haven, was it not? Day 3. The men I sent into the mist have returned, thanks to the length of string I provided them. No vegetation, no animals, no sun, no stores, no civilization. This world is empty and grey, not like hell, not like the world we left behind. A limbo? Does that make it better? The dreams are no longer come. Where before I could scarcely close my eyes without envisioning the arcane machinery and prophecies of doom, now my mind is empty and the silence mocks me. The food stores are being mashed, and I do everything I can to convince the followers the utopia will come, that this is just a transition, but empty stomachs speak with more conviction than a prophet without a prophecy. A nurse named Euroda seems to have taken upon herself to stir hearts of the following, but her sermons cut short as I approach, and she regards me with the stony silence until I withdraw. My wife refuses to leave the bedrooms. She does not speak to me, ignores the food I leave for her. I call for Simone, but they do not come out. How I have come to hate my wife. Her spite will not save us. 2 of the younger fathers attempted to steal food from the kitchens. They talk of dwindling food stores, of mistrust, of strange noises coming from below, though my great engine no longer turns. If we imprisoned them, the others would have protested. Instead, I go to the others. Tell them the young ones have run out in the fog and intend to find answers. Not everyone believes me, including Eudora. Instead, they go back to quoting Pliant. I worry for my flock. Now everyone speaks of sounds from below, of rattling pipes and grinding gears, though I assure them the machine has been shut off. To assure their fears, I sent Daveniers and Bertleby to investigate. We should hear back from them from sometime later in the night or the morning. No one questioned the fresh meat prepared for dinner. They ate people. My wife is dead. I grew furious at her petulance and pried open the doors with the pickaxe. She had arranged Simone for a bed, and then... Damn you, Clarice. You rotten whore, I wanted to save my children. Denvers and Bertley have not come up. The grinding noises come every hour now, louder and louder. The house shakes around us. I fear the worm may not be as dead as I hoped. Darkness has finally fallen, and with it came a terror I have never known, even in the trenches. Cold seeps in through the windows. Strange shadows move in the fog, and I hear what sounds like footsteps on the rooftop. The house groans and shakes. The worm struggles. The courage of my followers frays. They want to go home. They want to be free of this horror and this damnable grey purgatory. I like the balloon emote. They have taken Simon. Adora rallied the followers. She declared that the worm spoke to her in her dreams and that she is the voice now. The worm demands sacrifice, she says, the son of the man who trapped it. I fought them. I fought. I would not let them take my boy, the only thing I have left. But they were many, and they had gorged. And they had gorged on flesh of their fellows. I was but one broken man. I am no savior, no torch in the darkness, just a puppet to my own madness. I feel that every action I have taken, every vision and design I feverishly scrawled from half-remembered nightmares, was forced upon me by a cruel intellect that wished to test the limits of my sanity. They have taken Simon below. They will feed on him. They will feed him to the worm. Let this be my prayer to the starless night, to a god that may not even exist. I will not let him be fed to the worm. I will hurt myself into its teeth, that my bones might clog its innards before I let them take my son. I'm sorry, Clarice. God, the noise! It's almost deafening. Wheels turn and pistons hiss, and from the deepest reaches I hear a low, mournful bellow. I brought my journal to give my mind something to focus on as I traverse the machine. Looking upon it in my sane eyes, I realize the maze is no longer a work of logic. The tunnels bend and twist without reason. Stairwells lead to solid walls, and doors opening and to gaping chasms. The transference to this gray world may have warped the machine, or maybe I never truly saw it for what it was and just built according to my deranged whims. I have heard and seen nothing of Simon or his captors. Doubtless their steps are guided by the same madness that have abandoned me, guiding them with fluid ease towards the worm's waiting jaws. I hastened my step, but I seem to be running in blind circles. If nothing else, at least if nothing else, at least I have a sturdy lantern and plenty of oil from the work crews that toil down here. Do you think the music volume is... Oh, yeah. I think it changed. I don't think we're listening to the... Hold on, I don't think we're... Are we listening to the... I don't know if we're listening to the playlist anymore. There you go. Oh. Day and night are meaningless in this limbo, but down here there is even less to measure the passage of time. My journey has taken me deeper into some kind of processing factory. These automated devices gather gray sand from the bare rock, heat it into a sickly-looking glass, and fill the created vials with foul-smelling chemicals I cannot identify. Against my better judgment, I crept close to inspect a completed vial, and to my horror, a fully formed set of teeth began to take form. Another jar held an eyeball, like nothing found in a man or nature. What is the purpose of this factory? What does it build, and for whom? Is this the result of my design, or some mechanical cancer spread by the worm to twist the machine's function? My quarry seems to be in dispute now. I hear them arguing through the ventilation ducts and empty pipes. Eudora has taken my son deeper, leaving the others behind to harass my progress, or simply abandoning to the whims of the worm. I have my pickaxe and training, but I must move with stealth. I have not eaten in nearly 2 days, still Eudora's men still carry strips of meat. I also saw something odder near the lathe room I had hidden myself within, a painting of exquisite taste. It is the work of a master, but I cannot recall when I purchased it or what possessed me to leave it down here. The image shares a remarkable likeness to Clarice, smiling as though in happier times. It casts my thoughts to decades past when I was a different man, a smaller man, and yet infinitely happier. Can knowledge so damn so? In a universe of such cosmic evils that I have witnessed, is ignorance truly the only bliss one can enjoy? I'm starting to lose the accent, but I got this, don't worry. My dreams have returned, not of prophecy, but memory. I am with Simon in the London Museum. He pulls me along, eager to see art and history, the beauty of all created by man and God. But I cannot see the beauty. I only see bloody mud and blackened skies, the ugliness of man and callous God. Simon walks on without me while I sink into a beach. The day fades into night, and I sit in an empty museum of a man's atrocities, the last living thing on a cold earth, overwhelmed by the weight of it all. I wait for death or oblivion to take me, whichever cold stomach so pitiful a morsel. But instead I feel the presence of another. I feel no light from this being, no warmth, yet I sense that this was as closer to God as any being could be. It looks like a man, but there's a weight to him, as though something greater and stranger were squeezed into his skin. The child wants and doesn't know why. The gentleman speaks to me. The child grasps and doesn't know the danger. They burn their fingers and know they are not ready. Someday they will be. Someday they will give voice to the soul and sing the essence of the universe. What gods they will be then. What galaxies they will weave with dreams and care. But now they are children, and children are selfish. They only know what they want. And then I awoke back inside the machine on a gray planet. So far from the world of my memories, it burdens my bones just to think of the inevitability, but I force myself to stand just the same. Simon cried out to me. I heard him far below. I called back to him, but I heard no reply. Eudora's zealots hound me relentlessly, and I fear some horrible change has come over them in casting their lot with the worm. They speak with slurred reptilian voices, or goggle as though choking. Some have even turned on their fellows. As I crept about the darkness, I saw one such rebellion. A man I had tried to lead to paradise fell upon his companion in an argument over faith, and I felt the heat of his lifeblood splashed across my astonished face. The teeth! Gnashing and ripping, so big and sharp like fangs of a wolf, yet also serrated as the blade of a saw, animal and flesh, yet also machine. Looks like a man, but with weight, and he's fat. Yeah, big fat man. My surroundings have been affected by the same mutation. Rooms I do not recognize bleed into one another like spilled planes. An office with plush green chairs merges with a warehouse filled with crates that rattle and bang with some unknown stinking occupant. The latter suspended into pools of viscous liquid that have flooded what appears to be a school. Statues of marble and reliefs of brass decorate the ceilings and form the very walls. Rattling belts spew ammunition into neglected piles. Shells of the size of my head clatter to the floor, and automated factories producing the tools of death. I could not have made this. I could not have wanted such devices. And yet here they stand, and always the shrieking, the tapping of heating and cooling metals, the groan of pressurized hydraulics. I cannot remember what silence sounded like. Eudora's followers no longer heed to reason. The demented growl and spit and scavenge for food, their ramblings the stuff of bedlam. Others have become something else. Pharaoh, like lycanthropes of myth, they crawl on all fours, their eyes adjusting to the gloom and shining red, twin pinpoints of demon light. I can startle them with my lantern, but they always return, trying to surround me from all sides. Hunters they are, and fast as wolves, but their howls are shrieks of tearing metal. Eudora's voice haunts me now. It echoes through the network of plumbing from every open ventilation shaft. She announces her glorious ascendance of her devotion to the worm, and I hear true lunacy in her desperate laughter. It ripples through the whole machine as if herself is a part of it. I have found I found respite in a room filled with hospital beds and windows that look out into an abyss. It reminds me of the hospital I awoke from the war within. But I must pry my eyes away from the dark, for my mind cannot tell if I am looking into a lightless cavern or a starless void. I have found Eudora. Pursued by her followers, made monsters, I came a great cathedral made from organ pipes, marble, and the very flesh and bones of Eudora herself. Now I see how she could speak to me through the pipes, for her body had begun to torn asunder and stitched upon it. Her organs are pulled straight and taut through the tangled plumbing, her skin stretched and inflated with gases, her blood sizzling and steaming from the hydraulics. Only her head remains whole, wide-eyed and cackling, seated on the pulpit of this temple to dementia. The monster refused to set foot into this hallowed ground, so I alone approached to speak with her. I demanded my son's return, but she spat her own broken teeth at me and said he had been taken by the worm, delivered to the heart of the machine, where its mouth sat waiting. Furious, I fell upon her with a vengeance, tearing what remained of her body from vast organs around her. She died screaming, and at last was quiet. But then a great bellow erupted from the machine, and a new voice spoke to me through mangled organ. I am what you have made me. I am then, I am now, I am choice, and I am tyranny. I am evil, and I am flesh, and I am beauty, and I am chaos. I am the worm. She fed his son. Yep. Yep. Stricken, I fell to blood-stained floor and wept, cowering, screaming, not because of the words it spoke, because they were spoken in my voice. At last I beheld the truth that I had tried to bury so deep, the worm, the machine, the madness that guided me, my hand, it was me. I am the worm. I do not know what compelled me to stand. I do not feel hope. I did not feel despair. Like an automation, I could only move forward to face revelation. I didn't. Okay. When I came upon the core of my great machine, I found my son. The machine the machine was not a weapon to trap the worm. It was not an ark to carry us to salvation. I had sought to exile myself from a monstrous existence, and in my cowardice and fear, I became a monster. I became the worm. I built a shell to hide within, an engine to spirit me away from the pain, the despair that had claimed my sanity, to abandon the creation of God and God's cold distance, but it would not run without a catalyst. Simon. So full of hope and faith, so full of love and dreams. How I envied your strength, how I envied your ignorance. I yearned to wrap myself up in that goodness and hide from the world. I threw the switch of my great machine, and it drank the heart's blood from your lifeless body, pumping it into every pipe and piston. I believed your love would carry us to paradise. But it was tainted by madness, by my act of murder. I dreamed of peace and brought me to unchanging limbo. I dreamed paradise, but I only deserved perdition. And I was horrified by what I had done to you. I could not bear to face it. I spoke as if you were there with me, smiled as though I could see you smiling with me. When Clarice realized what I had done, what I was, she took away Simone before I sought her as well. This place was filled with memories, Simon. They are they the last tattered shred of love you have for me, or are they here to taunt and punish me, as the man-beast that stalks the hallway surely must be? I do not know if any of you can forgive me. I know that I promised to save my son. I promised to slay the worm. I leave this journal behind in hopes that someday, somehow, someone will know that I did and remembered the men and women I damned with my selfishness, my fear. I hurl myself into its teeth that my bones might clog its innards. I am the worm, and Ouroboros must eat itself. Sorry if my British accent kind of waned there, but that was sick. And that was just the entry from the father that fucking built the house, which is fucking crazy. Okay. Okie dokie. Partial list of the catalog and anomalous rooms. One of the 12 sublevels discovered by Foundation personnel. Only 75% of its layout. And also, really writing entire novels. I know, right? And I want to just say, I really like the change in perspective, realizing that, like, while he was building this machine, he sacrificed his son. He sacrificed his son, and I think that's just fucking bonkers. Of the 12 sublevels discovered by the Foundation, only 75% of its layout has been properly mapped, and an unknown number of levels are believed to exist further below. Each sublevel contains evacuation, construction, and storage room, as well as rooms exhibiting safe or Euclid levels of anomalous qualities and/or artifacts. For a full list of SCP-1464 rooms, refer to document I-1461 current. Gel production, sub-level 3. An automated factory that melts down the unidentified grade sandstone and glass, forms them into canisters, and fills them with green viscous gel made of a variety of exotic chemicals. Some of these jars contain fully formed teeth and organs whose DNA patterns match nothing found on Earth. Most of the jars have been inert and their contents have decomposed. The gel production machine itself has been crushed by a cave-in. So a lot how like you listen to the statements of people about the unusual things they witnessed. Yeah. Is that how that one works? That's cool. A hallway lined with approximately 2,400 pipes constructed from brass, iron, cotton, gold, bamboo, carved jade, and some kind of substance can be clearly heard being pumped through the pipes, but their origin and destination are unknown. Welcome back. A lot of logs or diaries, someone that documents their descent into madness or horror. A large unlit warehouse filled with wooden crates of various sizes, unlike other storage rooms which contain mundane materials are from non-anomalous sources. The crates in this section are blank or branded simply with factory deliveries. Irregular patrols of the warehouse are revealed that the number and arrangement of crates changes, but as with the pipe hall, their origin and destination are unknown. On at least one occasion, muffled vocalization could be heard coming from somewhere within the warehouse, but the source were never discovered. Orb room. Oh, boop. Hi, Moon. The multitude of brass speaking tubes connecting SCP-1461 appear to converge in this room on a large central pulpit. The partial remains of human female have been recovered here, with evidence to suggest the body, specifically skin, intestinal organ, was used to perform crude repairs to some kind of damaged tubes. A large chamber filled a random assembly of gears, cables, pulleys, screws, and belts, all made of an amalgam of iron, tin, gold, and other metals, some as of yet identified some as of yet unidentified. The assembly has suffered extensive damage with evidence that a large section, approximately 12 cubic meters, have been violently removed. The location of the section is unknown. An elevated platform is suspended directly over the assembly. The platform features a metallic bed with the desiccated remains of a human male. The corpse's chest has been pierced by a large syringe connected to a pumping machine. Its design suggesting that it pumped fluid extracted from the syringe into the missing portion of the machinery below. At regular 45-minute intervals, the assembly attempts to self-start, but its existing damage prevents initialization. Friction heat buildup eventually results in an emergency shutdown that lasts until the machinery has cooled off enough to make another attempt. Item V20085 was recovered from the hospital bed. Yeah, I like the follow-up part as well. Yeah, it took all of his blood. No more blood from the boyo. Partial transcript of the SCP-1461-1 phonograph recording. Oh. I am what they have made me. I am choice and I am tyranny. Forgive me. I am then and I am now. What gods they will be then. I am evil and I am flesh. I am trap. I am trapped. I am beauty and I am chaos. Children are selfish. I am the worm. I have broken God. Whatever you, yeah, do not start that machine up again. It is already is. I mean, I guess you could go. Hey, might be a great thing now. That's cool. I like that though. That was really cool. I really liked the father's retelling and the twist of the fact that like he was the one that killed his son. I thought that was very interesting because like he talked so fondly of his son and how much he loved his son for staying with him. When in the end he killed him. Thank you for the wandless trick. I will redeem that in 1 second once I finish this. And send the class to oh yeah. Oh yeah. Though to be fair, the D class would just get eaten. Cause all of them are all of them are chuds. Cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. They're all the entities in the basement are chuds. Fun fact. Like, what if we started up a little? Just a little? What if we just a little bit? Start just a little bit. Well, they'd need like an innocent kid though. Or send in other SCPs. Do we watch TikToks today? We do. Is that what it should? Yeah. Or that's what the acronym version is. Did we? I didn't put the new ones in here yet. Hold on. I have one more to read. It's our most serious one. This one is Euclid, right? Yeah, this one is Euclid. SCP-012, SCP, okay. Are you ready to be sad? I'm so ready. I heard Chud popping off in the recent slang. Yeah, so in recent slang, Chud has been used like the opposite of a Chad, I guess. What classification was 178? I think it was Euclid, I think. I will move it later. I just want to put these in there so I don't forget. All right. All right. I hope you guys are ready. Okie dokie. I like how this site looks. Ethics Committee class file ID 1401 2015 8980F. Language 3 only. Have you seen the recent melt maxing trend? Melt maxing? I don't think so. Status ongoing. Priority medium. The following file is undergoing active ethics committee investigation for violation of the SCP Foundation's Code of Conduct. Information contained therein may not accurately reflect reality, and this document should not be considered a reliable source. They have like different modes. It's cool. This document has been annotated by a qualified panel of ethics committee review specialists. For inaccuracy or misleading information, flag content is classified into 3 categories. Red is information that should not be included, yellow is inaccurate, and green is fine. Information that should have been included but added. Additional contextual information may be highlighted in blue. However, Hover or focus on figure. Okay. It's a oh, interesting. SCP-8980. Object class Euclid. Oh, risk class. We don't usually have our information. Okay. Special containment procedures. SCP-8980 is contained within a standard human containment chamber in Site-17. Using standardized non-electric security measures, it is to be fed on a tri-daily basis with a Class B2 diet. SCP-8980 is allowed to engage in social activities during designated periods through extended contact, though extended contact must be overseen by a qualified member of containment staff. Assign a containment staff for SCP. So Dr. Christopher. Okay. That's cool. I like how like it pops up with information. Oh wow. I like that it's actually got like wait, what the fuck? Okay, sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have hovered over that. We'll read it. We'll be reading it. SCP-8980 is not to come into contact with electronic equipment. Usage of electronic equipment such as cell phones, televisions, or computers must be approved by head researcher Christopher Burns. Burns? Communication over electromagnetic messaging systems in SCP-8980's immediate vicinity should be constantly monitored for corruption or degradation if it occurs. As a oh shit. SCP was it was a member of the Foundation? Yo, this one fancy. This one hella fancy. As a former member of Foundation as a member of Foundation staff, SCP-8980 is to be returned to its position and wait, is it still? Even while in oh, okay. Red means it is incorrect and they should redact it or like remove it. Yellow means it is inaccurate or misleading. And green means it should have included but it was missing, and then blue is just like anything that needs additional context. Yeah, red is false. Yes. I'm back from chilling and I'm too damn bored, so it's time for another 2 hours. I believe in you. Okay. SCP-8980 is to be returned to its position and former duties upon the cessation of anomalous properties. To this end, SCP-8980 is to undergo yearly routine testing to ensure it is still anomalous. Oh, red is true. Oh, you're right. No, wait, you're right. Wait, no, red is not correct. Red is true, but should be. Oh. Oh. Okay. Red is true, but should have been removed. Red is secret. Okay, red is. Oh, red. Yeah, so red is redacted. It like should have like is okay. I like that. That's a little more. This is like a little puzzle. This is SCP-8980. I mean, this is all wrong. What's wrong? SCP-8980 is Lillian Marley, a 28-year-old Caucasian human female born in San Francisco, California, USA. SCP-8980 stands at 160 centimeters in height and possesses
Reddit just means it shouldn't have been added, not if it's true or not.
Oh, got it. Okay. Red means go. Okay. SCP-8980 is Lillian Marley, a 28-year-old female born in San Francisco, California, USA. SCP-8980 stands at 160 centimeters in height and possesses dark hair and brown eyes. It has displayed no abnormal Hume EVE or Akiva radiation readings since containment. SCP-8980's anomalous capabilities activate when utilizing electronic software. Whenever SCP-8980 produces edits, deletes, or otherwise interacts with even indirectly with digital information, the information is modified in some manner that negatively affects SCP-8980, whether socially, financially, psychologically, etc. Past examples include critical files deleting themselves randomly from devices owned by SCP-8980, words and files changing into similar inappropriate words like I like you to I lick you. Sometimes you have like a weird spell correct on, you know? Makes it so much more immersive, multi-layered. Electronic communication being sent to incorrect actors, often resulting in data breaches or confusion. Oh, that sucks. Important programs initiated by SCP-8980 engaging in unidentified behavior, even if impossible, e.g. throwing segmentation faults despite being memory safe. Or misleading, i.e. It just says it shouldn't have used incorrect use of Latin phrase. It's just like spelling error. SCP was 28-year-old Lieutenant Companion, as per continued artificial intelligence contract, have to decide to update the SCP's date of birth to January 12th, or the page should have contained the date of birth. Oh, so currently she's 40. At the time this was written, it's 28, or the time it's filed, she's 40, I guess. Lillian Marley was a level 3 containment specialist and is currently employed by SCP Foundation. Marley joined the SCP Foundation in 1999 after discovering an algorithm directly related to an anomalous mathematical inequality, shortly after obtaining her bachelor's degree in computer science. Although researcher Marley did not pursue a higher degree while employed by the Foundation, she quickly became a prominent member of the junior staff due to her work ethic, conscientious attitude, and accomplishment. Her thorough objective and rigor in research eventually earned her level 3 credentials in 2004, shortly before she began to manifest anomalous properties in 2005. Researcher Marley is a secondary subject of investigation for this annotated review. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. Class B2. What is a B2 diet? She has an allergy to sugar. But this happened after. Okay. All right. We'll from here on we'll read over them. Okay. Electronic payment intended for SCP-8980 being routed to incorrect recipients or failing to send under automated systems. Electronic devices randomly shutting down in close proximity at SCP-8980, especially when owned by other individuals. The exact source of SCP-8980's anomaly is unclear and is subject to ongoing research. SCP-8980 first became whether SCP-8980 was a knowledge support was first discovered. When SCP-8980 was first discovered in February of 2005 during a routine team meeting, researcher Marley attempted to display a graph demonstrating comparison between two algorithms. However, instead, the projector began to display highly explicit content. This resulted in human resources penalizing researcher Marley by requiring an audit of her personal device bi-weekly. Once every 2 weeks should be used instead. Okay. And reducing her pay despite protests that her device never contained such material and that it was not due to any fault of her own. Damn. Failing to specify the nature of SCP-89 is really implying the protest of the punishment itself rather than the base of the case. Okay. Over the coming weeks, researcher Lillian began to report significant issues with her device and assigned SCIPnet account. Uh-oh, that was hard to read. Instead of work. Provided examples including random deletion of files, modification of interpersonal communications in a way that negatively affects her, which had, in one instance, resulted in additional penalization, and random shutdowns of nearby electronics owned by her coworkers. Placement of her devices, recreation of her accounts, and even temporary relocation and isolation of her physical self failed to prevent these anomalies from occurring. After deliberation, use of passive voice as action. Okay. After deliberation, it was determined that the best course of action was to classify researcher Marley as an anomaly, citing concerns over property damage or potential loss of life. Marley hesitantly agreed to undergo temporary containment until anomalous properties ceased. So we only agreed towards tentative temporary containment, lacking its contents. The phrasing implies consent to permanent containment, which is not granted by SCP. Okay. Knowing, I'm worried. I'm worried. Addendum 1. Initial interviews. Following containment, head researcher Christopher Burns conducted a series of initial interviews to understand the scope and severity of SCP-8980's anomalous properties. These interviews are recorded below. March 10th, 2005. Initial post-contact interview. Marley agreed to just being confined for... Yeah, she was just like, yeah, I'm okay with temporary containment, not permanent containment. Dr. Burns and SCP-8980 are both seated in SCP-8980's containment cell, a decently furnished standard human containment unit with a folding table between them. A number of SCP-8980's personal belongings are present in the room, including several books and aging stuffed animal. Dr. Burns adjusts his chair and straightens his tie before speaking. Oh, yeah, I guess this is a bit personal. She was contained for 12 years. SCP that makes you into a tech support hazard. All right, I'm gonna make him. Do you think he's? What nationality do we think Dr. Burns? What accent does Dr. Burns? Sorry, I just blew my nose. I'm thinking I'm just gonna give him a country accent and then read the woman in a slightly different tone than my own voice. Standard American, okay. Nerd voice, nasally voice. We'll see. We'll see how it unfolds. All right, give her a deep voice. I will do my best to do a deeper voice than I have. Okay. I feel like, hold on. I really want to hold my microphone. Give me 1 second. It's. I don't know how well this is gonna work, but no, it's fine. Don't unscrew it. Don't unscrew the mic line. Silly. Okay. I apologize for these. No, that's me. I apologize for these unfortunate circumstances, Lillian. You're not following the standard oh, wait, no, he said darker. SpongeBob and Patrick. That's hard. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna give him a country accent just so it's different in my brain. I apologize for these unfortunate circumstances, Lillian. You're not following the standard procedure. In formal interviews, especially the ones that go into files, you can call me SCP-8980. I'd like to keep this professional. Dr. Burns. Yes, of course. You're entirely right. I apologize for these unfortunate circumstances, SCP-8980. I understand that being forced to undergo these inane procedures must be quite troublesome for someone such as you. It's fine. I'm hoping we'll get this resolved within a week or two. I need to get working on the manifold problem again. We can only hope this will go by quickly. Dr. Burns straightens several papers he is holding. All right, let's start with the basics. What's your name, age, and occupation? Researcher Lillian Marley, 28 years old, level 3 containment specialist at Site 17. I appreciate your formality this time. All right, well, next please describe the circumstances in which you discovered your anomalous properties. Is that necessary? You could just put all of the details on the file directly. What happened to the format? Fine. I was in the middle of a presentation on my heuristic for calculating Ackermann function values for m over 50 when the projection suddenly disbanded the display sexually explicit material in front of the staff present, none of which was actually on my hard drive, I should add. Definition of the statement is largely irrelevant for the purpose of okay. I see. Normally that would be classified as an anomalous event, but presumably further incidents occurred. You are my boss, Burns. You already know the rest of the story. But for the record, please. Alright, I began to experience repeated instances of malfunction in software I was nearby, including important files getting deleted, emails being sent to wrong addresses, and my coworkers' computers shutting down randomly. Is that enough for the interview? Yes, that's your advice. Thank you. Of course. Have you determined its grade. Yeah. Grade is shorthand for anomaly, coherence, grade ACG, a classification use. Ah. Okay. Rip Lillian, she just works here, on God. Not precisely. We're running some Hume tests at the moment, and if those turn up null, we'll try looking at the alien vital energy. Like those tests ever work. Well, I'm not Well, if I'm not thorough, isn't that what you always used to tell me? SCP-8980 leans back and tilts his head upwards. I suppose I did. Alright, do whatever tests you need to do. Just try to get them done as quickly as possible, please. I've only spent an hour in here and I'm already antsy. Dr. Burns smiles sympathetically, then stretches, letting out an audible yawn. Well, you already know standard protocol forbids us from giving you a PC, but I suppose I could arrange for some light reading to be brought in the meantime. We just scrape it from the lounge or something, so no guarantees it's anything interesting. Hume is a measure of reality radiation. Anything higher, lower. That makes sense. SCP-8980 smiles curtly. Thank you. That would be appreciated. Of course. Anything else in procedure before I end this interview? That should be all. Wonderful. I'll see you again when we finish testing. Dr. Burns and SCP-8980 shake hands before Dr. Burns terminates the recording. End log. Afterward, SCP-8980 is cooperative in its containment. It provided it with basic. SCP-8980 is cooperative in its containment. I provided it with basic reading material for the coming of days of testing, mainly light fiction novels and magazines from the Employees Lounge. SCP-8980's anomalous property testing will proceed using both blood samples and physical examination. Dr. Burns. Addendum 2. Test results. During the following week, several tests were carried out on SCP-8980 by containment staff. Primary test results are recorded below. So, the Hume-Eve cool ectocentropic was localized. So, these were all standard levels. Acres stands for Inter-Anomaly Correlative Regression Score, a scale for how closely an anomalous effect is related to existing data points or other anomalies. Okay, so they had to experiment more. As no tests yielded positive results, SCP-8980's containment team formulated a new plan of action to research the anomaly. March 16th, 2005. So this is... how many days later? I'm just curious how many days. This is 6 days later. It's almost a week. Okay. Anomalous testing results and future plan of action. Begin log. Interview is conducted in a standard interviewing chamber. SCP-8980 is seated though visibly agitated, it repeatedly taps its leg and huffs for an extended period. After a few minutes, Dr. Burns enters the room, promoting SCP-8980 to look up at him. You're pretty late. I know, I'm sorry. I got caught up in traffic today. It's 10:13. You got to the site 2 hours ago. I know your schedule. We've worked together for years now. Traffic delayed my other work. You know I have a lot of responsibilities as research head of Section 3. Sure. So, you're impatient today. Look, Burns, I've been stuck in a cell for the past 2 weeks getting my blood drawn and being put through the ringer with all these tests. I'd hope at the very least you'd give me the luxury of being on time. Jesus. You can be a real ball buster sometimes, Lily. SCP-8980 massages his temples. Just spare me this time. What's the outlook? Dr. Burns places his briefcase on the table and fetches a few documents from the top before placing the briefcase on the floor once more. He bites his lip in hesitation. Well, unfortunately, it does seem like all the standard tests came back null, indicating that your anomaly isn't pseudo-explainable. Okay, I figured as much. Dr. Burns pulls out and slides another document towards SCP-8980. It picks it up and begins to read while Dr. Burns continues to speak. We haven't been able to figure out any concrete rules yet, but we can at least determine the anomaly isn't inexplicable. Yeah, I can definitely see some correlations in the data here, but nothing that can allow us to predict any particular. Dr. Burns waits momentarily while SCP-8980 squints at the paper. We've been established one likely through line for all past incidents, though. SCP-8980 stops reading and looks up with a concerned face. Which is... Dr. Burns clears his throat. Well, it seems like this anomaly is trying to humiliate you. What? Here, look. Dr. Burns slides the third document to SCP-8980, who immediately begins to read it fervently. Every instance of 8980 changing text has been to your social detriment. Every document it's deleted has been when you absolutely needed it for work, and every email that's been sent to the wrong address has caused some breach of sensitive information, calling into question your cognitive stability. Every device that's shut down has it in the middle of a critical operation while you were nearby. SCP-8980 looks up at Dr. Burns. Just wants to fuck with you, yeah. What? Do you think it's... Wait, they did. Yeah, they talked about it yesterday. Are you religious by any chance? SCP-8980 pauses, taken aback, and contemplates the question momentarily. It shakes its head. No, I was born to Catholic parents, but I haven't been religious since I was 15. Then our first subject is targeted divine punishment from an Akiva-based entity or an physical attachment of some kind. I can get the relevant departments to run some tests on our behalf, thankfully. Physics is centralized in 17, so they can get back to us quicker. I wasn't here. You were in Detroit. Oh, Fair Moon. But yes, they did. Because we were talking about the ampersand. SCP-8980 glances down to the paper it's holding. Thanks. I appreciate it. SCP-8980 pauses. Looking at the results, I'll assume you want more data points out of me. Dr. Burns smiles and folds his hands together. You've always had a pretty good head on your shoulders, SCP-8980. Yes, we'll want to be absolutely sure there's no underlying pattern by conducting a few experiments with you. If it's any consolation, it'll give you something to do while we figure out this whole situation. That will at least add another 2 weeks to my containment. That's ridiculous. I can't do that. I don't think there's much of a choice, sadly. We can't have you inadvertently ruining critical software on the site, especially with some of the nightmares we lock up in here. You're just going to have to put up with it for a while, if it helps. We've already reassigned the manifold problem to Morgan, who should be able to handle it. Just consider this an extended vacation, alright? Okay, alright, fine. Whatever. But you better make sure he credits me for the parts I already did. Of course it will. This article in question, Finding Triangle Areas in Zucker, was published with Jim Morgan as the sole author. The incident in question was found to be a violation of the citation policy. No discrepancy taken. It has been noted. Damn! Morgan fucking took her work and said I did it myself. Oral makes most assume masculine. That's fair. That's fair. I will say I feel like Happy and Well gives more gender neutral vibes. What the reason? Yeah, why? Yeah, I want to know the reason, yeah. Maybe they're just trying to climb that ladder, you know? Okay. So, should we proceed with the second phasing of testing? Not sure there's much of a choice there. Great. I always appreciate it when a meeting goes smoothly. I'll be sure to get your test in by tomorrow. Is that all for today? Yes. Alright, I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. On time next time. Afterward. I'll be reaching out to various other departments while we get some experimentation set up. We'll need to try approaching the anomaly from a unique vectors to get some data points, so I'll try to allocate some funding for this project. Hopefully more data will give us more correlations. Dr. Burns. A lot of people read my username as Happy or Well. That's fair. Hello. Hi, CG. How are you? Addendum 3. Experiment log and secondary testing results. The following is an abridged list of SCP-8980's experimentation logs considered over a period of 4 days. Took 5 days, not 4. Okay. ID 8980A1, duration 2 hours. Control case. SCP-8980 was given a standard Dell-branded laptop with Windows 95 installed as its operating system. The laptop was not capable of connecting to SCIPnet or the internet. So good, fair. Noted effects. Very little occurred initially. However, when attempting to play Minesweeper after an hour, SCP-8980 consistently triggered a bomb on the first guest for already 58 games in a row, resulting in an angle. Bruh, that's so fucking rude. How are you? I'm good. I'm reading SCP stories. This is impossible on a non-anomalous version of Windows 95 as the game generates the board around where the button is first pressed. That's fucking crazy. Comments. It is possible that the phenomenon may be placing SCP-8980 into situations which will cause it to react with frustration or anger, embarrassing itself. SCP-8980's hot-headed personality probably exemplifies this, a good avenue for future experimentation. And it's an appropriate description. Exactly. ID 8980A2. I should drink some more water. Duration 3.5 hours. SCP-8980 was provided with a Dell-branded desktop running netlog with read-only SCIPnet permissions. SCP-8980 was instructed to solve 100 geometry math problems on the device. Certain modifications were made to the software to obfuscate and frustrate SCP-8980 in order to test whether frustration would prevent SCP-8980's anomaly from activating. Oh, okay. I was just saying that netlog is obvious. Noted effects. SCP-8980 initially reported a mixed success, though frequently bumped into software obfuscations that frustrated her endeavors. Solely their designated clinical identifier or it. Damn, they're really like dehumanizing her. Researchers noted that the values in the software had begun to change slightly while SCP-8980 solved them, resulting in consistently incorrect results. These were not part of the programmed obfuscation tactics. The test was aborted after SCP-8980 refused to continue, citing a migraine. Sorry, I had a burp. Rage bait 8980 to see if it triggers her. Rage bait 8980 to see if the SCP is going to trigger her further. SCP-8980's anomalous properties activate quite insidiously here. It took us nearly 20 minutes before we even noticed the values changing. It seems the anomaly isn't content with allowing the situation to play out naturally. And it could be affecting things as much as more minute scale than we thought. Oh, wait, no. And it could be affecting things on a much more minute scale than we thought. We'll have to pay closer attention. God, I fucking hate you, Doctor. Yeah, fair, Moon. 8980A4, duration 25 minutes. This one's much shorter, okay. SCP-8980 was provided with its work computer modified to be SCIPnet read-only. SCP-8980 was allowed to use the device for up to an hour in private in order to test whether its effect activated without outside observers. SCP-8980 aborted the test 25 minutes into the experiment, unexpectedly showing distress. SCP-8980 did not yield to questioning on the nature of this event and requested the experiment to not be conducted again. Minute. While testimony did corroborate the existence of this experiment in the described interview, no video recording could be found inside some of these. Oh, so they don't know if this happened. Video recording could be found. Even though we're not aware of the specifics of what occurred during this experimentation, it's still apparent that the anomaly activates in isolation with SCP-8980. The next line of inquiry should be to see whether or not SCP-8980's anomalous activities with other electronic devices besides personal computers. Reviewer annotation. Dr. Rachel Steele was another member of the SCP-8980 recruitment team. Interviews conducted with Dr. Steele by the Ethics Committee revealed that next to no involvement from her. Okay. It is a general consensus of the Ethics Committee that this general lack of involvement was gross negligence on the part of Dr. Steele concerning the circumstances around surrounding the later containment. As a result, is in direct violation. Oh, okay, so there was another. Oh wait, no, this is Dr. Steele. Let me see what's in there. So she did this test. Dr. Steele did this test, not Dr. Burns. And she just was not around. She was very negligent. 8980 A5, duration 7.5 hours. SCP-8980 was brought to a temporary testing chamber with essential commodities and was provided with a 27-inch LCD television set connected to cable. SCP-8980 was permitted to watch any television it wished. Noted effects: SCP-8980 watched various educational documentaries throughout the tests, interspersed by an attending researcher entering the room to check on the experiment's status. After 7.5 hours, approaching the 8-hour allotted duration of the experiment, the television suddenly switched to playing The Wiggles Show. I loved The Wiggles as a kid. A children's program. Moments before, an attending researcher entered the room. The device would not respond to external input until SCP-8980 was removed from the premises. It seems as though SCP-8980's anomaly has some form of foresight or intelligence behind it, though we have not been able to figure out who or what it is. The Wiggles. SCP doctors are a lot like psych doctors or elder care. They're responsible for. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That makes sense because like that's how they kind of conducted it with like Dr. Daniels with SCP-096. Erroneous. There's a numerous reason for why an anomaly display rational behavior similar to sapiens without being sentient. As a containment specialist, Dr. Burns should have been aware of this. Simultaneously, several more tests were run on organic sample of SCP-8980, and the following which are recorded below. Akiva, atheist. Physical refers to the physical embodiment of an abstract concept. Unbound. Temporal, unaffected. Eye arcs, no matches. Hi, Quetzal. Anti-mimetic, unlikely. Ooh, there's that special word. While it cannot be ruled out, no major indicators of anti-mimetic activity have been noted. Digital, unlikely. While it similarly cannot be ruled out, both the IT department and AIAD could not locate any malware or similar software that could be causing SCP-8980s on the SCI PNet. I bet you'll remember this. Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. After compiling existing evidence, a third interview was conducted with SCP-8980 roughly 3 weeks after initial 3 weeks. 3 weeks. March 29th, 2000. I don't like that this is all happening in March. I think it's very coincidental that a lot of this is happening in March. Explaining findings. Begin log. Interview was conducted in SCP-8980's containment chamber. SCP-8980 is holding its hands in its lap, motionless, behind a folding table, waiting for Dr. Burns to arrive. He opens the door and enters the room at 10:16. As Burns' lateness was a point of contention in the prior log, the fact that SCP-8980 did not comment on it is worth noting. That is worth noting. Good morning. Morning. Dr. Burns seats himself across from SCP-8980. Afraid I don't have the best of news. SCP-8980 doesn't say anything, though its posture stiffens. Dr. Burns slides the document toward SCP-8980, who picks it up and begins scanning through it. Pretty much every major test has returned negative or unlocked result. We've reached out to pretty much every department in the Foundation, and we've got nothing. In essence, it seems like you're a unique pattern-based anomaly. SCP-89 drops the document in defeat. It begins to take several deep breaths. Okay. Oh, fuck. Language. SCP-8980 slams one of his fists onto the table, startling Dr. Burns. God damn it! Calm down. How in the world am I supposed to be calm about this? Dr. Burns sighs in annoyance. He pinches the crease in his forehead. Lillian, you're acting irrational again. This isn't the end of the world or anything. Like hell it isn't. Do you know what this means? You'll just need to continue testing for a few more months so we can learn to mitigate your anomalous effects. That's it. That's it. Letters say fuck you. Well, yeah, fair. SCP-8980 scoffs. So what? Am I supposed to just rot away in this chamber all day while I wait for my coworkers to finish poking and prodding me with sticks? Look, I'm sure we can arrange for some sort of entertainment for you. I don't want entertainment. All I want to do is work on my projects and actually do something for the world, not watch the fucking Wiggles all day. I figure this would be hard to break to you. All right, well, right now the best thing you can do for us is to remain in containment and help us study you. Once everything's all done and settled down and we figured out what's wrong with you, we'll let you come back out and you can help us with your projects or studies or outcomes or whatever, all right? It's not all right, and I've never said I wanted to help you. Dr. Burns flinches and grunts. Not like you've been helping me at all much anyways. SCP-8980 scoffs again, but does not immediately reply. Silence elapses for 10 seconds, neither making eye contact. It is? Is it really? Also, this change. I want to go back. Alright. 1 month. After that, I revoke my consent to containment. You can't revoke your consent to containment. I know my rights, Burns. Dr. Burns laughs. SCP-8980 does not. Due to the contrast between Dr. Burns' reaction and lack of social reciprocate. Okay. Got it. 1 month. We'll try to have it all sorted out by then. Is that everything then? Yes. Thank God. Yes. Thank God indeed. Dr. Burns gets up and reaches out to shake SCP-8980's hand. SCP-8980 first glances between his face and his hand before eventually choosing to accept this handshake. Burns leaves the chamber. End log. Telling SCP-8980 the bad news on how containment as an anomaly works will certainly be awkward. So if we can find a way to at least mitigate SCP-8980's effects in the next month, that would be preferable. We'll need to borrow a few members of other division teams to help expedite some of these tests, but what shouldn't we do for one of our own? I wish they gave her a cooler pouch. Well, we haven't learned everything yet, and we're like a baby way through this. I'm gonna be honest, depending if this takes me like another hour to get through, I don't know if I can go through TikTok. I'm kind of vexed. Did you change your fucking profile picture, dude? Oh, I love you, girl. And then they kept her there for the rest of her life. Oh God. Okay. Secondary experiment log. In order to best reintegrate SCP-8980 into the SCP Foundation's employment structure, various tests were conducted to determine how to best accommodate its anomalous properties in the workplace. It very much might take an hour. That's totally fine by me. 12 years is a long-ass time. It is a long-ass time. 8980B2. Duration 2 hours. SCP-8980 was driven to a remote location with no connection to electrical grid or internet. SCP-8980 was provided with a fully charged brand new laptop running Windows 95 with no prior interaction with other electronic equipment post-manufacturing. SCP-8980 experienced significant difficulty setting the operating system up, including high input latency, incorrect options being selected such as language, and the device randomly restarting. While SCP-8980 was able to eventually set up the device, it was cited as being uncomfortable and requested to conclude the experiment. Good night, Moon. This does seem to confirm that SCP-8980 is the source of the anomaly as opposed to its subject. Isolation isn't able to fully prevent its effects, though it isolates any corruption to the device itself. Dr. Burns. 8980B4. Duration 4 minutes. SCP-8980 used Foundation Standard Desktop within a Class 2 Faraday room. Noted effects. SCP-8980 experienced anomalous effects in line with prior observations. This certainly rules out the possibility of electromagnetic interference or something of the sort. Let's do Faraday. A room lined with a Faraday cage, which is a device designed to prevent okay. And then, yeah. 8980B5, which was 25 minutes. SCP-8980 was placed in a room with several electronic devices, including mobile cell phones, television sets, and desktops. SCP-8980 was instructed to use one such device for the duration of the experiment for any purpose. No signal room. Yeah. SCP-8980 selected and used a BlackBerry 7230 cell phone for several minutes. As the device was modified to prevent the user from sending outgoing electronic communications, SCP-8980 began to play the game Brick Breaker. After several minutes, the device suddenly froze and began to send an outgoing call. The recipient, a man named Michael Crawford, who had gone to the same college as SCP-8980, answered the phone. SCP-8980, upon learning the man's identity, attempted to hang up, though the device refused to cooperate. To engage in a heated debate regarding a nebulous topic for nearly 15 minutes before SCP-8980 smashed the device and halted the experiment. An X, possibly? Comments. Filling SCP-8980 surrounding with electronics to dilute its anomalous effects doesn't seem to have any effect. The anomaly appears to be laser targeted to cause as much damage to SCP-8980's psyche as it can, though its limits haven't been clearly identified. Calls the worst person, won't hang up. On God. Thank you for the wellness check. The incident regarding Michael Crawford was of particular interest to us, though background checks and subsequent interviews with him haven't yielded any light on SCP-8980's anomaly. His relationship with SCP-8980 appears to have been one-sided, as he knows more about SCP-8980 than SCP-8980 knows about him. Though they definitely know of each other, details are limited on both sides. He doesn't have any connections to anyone. Hold on, sorry, I'm gonna drink water. He doesn't have any connection to any known goals, and possesses little to no sub-veil knowledge. Just to be sure, though, we amnestize him with Class B anesthetics. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Devouring. SCP-8980 has shown reluctance to participate in future experimentation. I've assured we're getting closer to a permanent solution. It'll just be a few days to get its emotions in control. 8980B6 was 10 hours. Shit. Yeah, just a normal guy. SCP-8980 was taken to a retrofitted containment chamber and was provided with multiple stacks of Foundation standard line paper, as well as several writing instruments such as pencils. SCP-8980 was instructed to write several short programs on the paper in C. Okay, yeah, in C. And output the finished product into the slot on the wall. Paper would then be interpreted by a remote system, which would then print the requested debugging output format and return it to SCP-8980. Note effects. No noted effects of SCP-8980's anomalies were observed during this process. This system seems like a clear and functional way for SCP-8980 to continue its duties to the Foundation. While I'm sure it's a large reduction in quality compared to a machine, I'm sure it's at least a little relieved that it has a future in this organization. I'm sure I speak for all of us in our research team when I say I look forward to having it back with us. It sucks that they're like calling it an it, because it's like it's so dehumanizing for her. Yeah, it does not affect analog. Yeah. Following several days standardizing SCP-8980's containment arrangements, SCP-8980 began to resume active employment at the SCP Foundation on April 18, 2005, with special consideration for its anomalous capabilities. SCP-8980's designation was not lifted. However, due to its potential risk to nearby electronic equipment, SCP-8980's containment procedures have been updated. Addenda 5. Post-reemployment containment interview. For the first few days following SCP-8980's containment accommodations being standardized, SCP-8980 showed signs of struggling, however, quickly achieved similar efficiency within a week of acclimation despite the limitations. SCP-8980 showed some signs of improved emotional stability during this period. After several weeks of concurrent containment and employment, SCP-8980 began to show signs of irritation and lack of cooperation. After 3 days of poor compliance with Foundation working standards, Dr. Burns scheduled an interview with SCP-8980 to identify the source of its issue. You, when I say I go by she, they, my family only calls me. Oh, I'm sorry. May 4th, 2005. Ongoing issues in work ethic. Begin log. SCP-8980 sits motionless behind the interviewing table with its hands clasped together. Despite the lack of movement, there's clear irritation present on its face. She was more anxious. It was more okay. So she was more anxious. At around 10:09, Dr. Burns enters the interview chamber as. Sorry. At around 10:09 a.m., Dr. Burns enters the interview chamber. SCP-8980 takes a silent, deep breath, but does not greet him. He sits down and faces it. Good morning. Hi. So, your performance recently has been showing some negative trends, is the term for it. The division director is a bit pissy, and I'm sure you understand the pressure to perform put on us. Things seem to be quite fine for the past few weeks, so I'm curious why your work ethic suddenly took a nosedive. Okay. Wonder what an SUV. I want out, Burns. I've been stuck in the cell for 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, with little to no freedom for over a month now. During work hours, I'm entirely alone. During work hours, I'm entirely alone when on a break. The silence is deafening, and I'm exhausted. I want to leave. Silence. SCP-8980 shifts in its chair. We've had a system here for my continued employment despite anomalous interference, but I want to talk to my friends again. My parents. I know you know I don't get along with them, but I haven't seen or spoken with them in over a month, and I really miss them. You can surely sympathize with me. Dr. Burns scratches his chin. Well, it's not like you can't leave yourself. You've got a total of 8 hours of socialization in supervised areas. Just because you can't enter sensitive areas anymore doesn't mean you're in prison here. Dr. Burns pauses momentarily. Besides, it's not like you're the most social person anyway. You barely talk to us outside of work. I'd really rather have human interactions that aren't being supervised. And to repeat myself, I want to see my parents again. So I want out of containment, and ideally, I want to go back to working at a computer, regardless of consequences. Lily, you're anomalous. We can't look. I know, but there are anomalies employed by the Foundation too, and most of them don't have to put up with so much of this bullshit. I feel like I'm a fucking prisoner here. Your circumstances are unique, 8980. We can't let you wander around possibly wreaking havoc on the Foundation's security or normalcy. One malfunction in a random critical component could cost us lives. Hell, you should be grateful the Foundation even lets you out of the cell at all. You're a massive liability for us for the Foundation as a whole now. Damn. Requires at least 8 hours of available socialization opportunities per day, excluding hostile or extremely dangerous entities. Okay. They're saying that this is wrong because it's standard policy. SCP-8980. SCP employee finds out it sucks to be SCP-8980 shifts them comfortably. I mean, truth be told, I don't really give a shit. This isn't normal. I never agreed to this. The Foundation does things to people that they don't agree with. You, of all people, ought to know that. You have to be tact, Burns. It's the truth. Frankly, this has been an awfully draining experience. Adding another anomaly to my duties and subtracting an employee from my roster has been packing our team with endless issues, and your newfound non-compliance has been a real pain in the ass. Oh yeah, I'm sure I've been the pain in your ass. Poor thing. You have been, thank you very much. SCP-8980 scoffs but does not respond. Silence elapses for 12 seconds. SCP-8980 fidgets anxiously. I'm going to file an RFR if I have to. I'm not going to sit here for another month writing code on a fucking piece of paper all day. Stands for request for reassessment. Okay. Dr. Burns shrugs. Go ahead, 8980. I'm not allowed to stop you, but you know I'm right. You know you're not ability to normalcy, and the directors know that too. They're not going to do much else differently than me, if anything. Though we can always do another round testing. Maybe we'll meet another one of your college exes. SCP-8980 grimaces. Maybe I can ask them to change who I'm assigned to, so at least my social interaction of the month isn't with a piece of shit like you. Dr. Burns scowls. I'm just going to assume it's your time of the month and pretend I didn't hear that so we can keep the level of professionalism between us. Rude. Sure, since we're already in the business of pretending we don't hear things. We didn't hear things. Dialogue. This segment of the recording was not explicitly transcribed due to the potentially sensitive nature of the comments alongside its conspicuous absence from the transcription. It is clear that Dr. Prudentially included it for unknown reasons. Purposeful modification of foundation transcripts isn't. Oh. She heard something she wasn't supposed to hear. Dr. Burns grunts. Silence allows for nearly 20 seconds without either individual moving. After 7 seconds, SCP-8980 sighs and stands up. I think we're done here. You know what I want. If you're going to obstruct me again, I'll just go around you. I'm tired of staring at your ugly mug, and I'll be happy to get my case off your hands. Okay, file your RFR. I'll see you again at our next interview. SCP-8980 opens his mouth to reply but decides against it. It leaves the interview room accompanied by a guard. Dr. Burns spends several minutes in the room in contemplative silence before muttering an obscenity to himself and turning off the recording. End log. Afterward is not available. Oh shit. Oh my god, it's bright on my eyeballs. 4 hours following the interview, SCP-8980 requested and submitted a 209-3A form, colloquially RFR, or request for reassessment, to Site 17 Containment Oversight Committee. The document has been reproduced below here for transparency purposes. Composed of several containment specialties and high-ranking Site 17. Okay. And then violation of privacy. There's general consensus for the ethics and review team. Wait, hold on, sorry. To be prohibited, necessary purposes of its inclusion in the pubs. Regardless, in this instance, Dr. Burns was in direct violation. Okay, so they didn't need to do this, and it was fucked up right? They did not need to display it on its official. In lieu of the summary, the publication of confidential information on public-facing SCP files is prohibited unless explicitly necessary to provide context. The purpose of its inclusion in the file is presumed. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. SCP, Lillian, 77, yes, employee ID, humanoid containment. Oh, okay. I'm largely dissatisfied with my ongoing containment, how my ongoing containment has been handled by my current containment staff. As a former non-anomalous member of Foundation staff who has worked closely with containment specialists in the past, I'm in the opinion I am being deprived of certain rights and subject to improper containment, including but not limited to a severe lack of visitation rights from family members, a major failure in privacy rights, especially during socialization, a lack of sufficient entertainment stimulation, probabilities from head researcher Christopher Burns, and a failure to obtain consent for permanent containment. Due to these factors, I'm requesting direct intervention from the Containment Oversight Committee to reassess my current containment procedures and whether Dr. Burns is most fit to handle my case. I'm hoping that these issues can be settled without further issue. Contextual comments. Admittedly, SCP-8980. About below this point. Okay. It's an exceedingly difficult anomaly to work on for me. Researcher Marley was a close associate of mine throughout its tenure in our department, and despite our differences, we worked quite as well as a team. To see it have to suffer through this anomaly has been painful for all of us, especially, and situation has brought out quite a lot of negative emotions in all of us. Nonetheless, it is my professional opinion that we've been doing all we are able for SCP-8980's comfort and productivity. Its anomalous effects, while innocuous at first glance, could have a catastrophic consequence should it interfere with a major electronic component at the site. For this reason, we have to take extra precaution regarding who SCP-8980 interacts with, both for its safety and ours. This is why its provisional containment has been extended. I will admit I have been less professional in my past interviews with SCP-8980 thus far. However, I recognize now that the situation has begun to escalate, and based on my past counseling, I would like to try and show this committee that I am fully capable of fixing my mistakes and maintaining a healthy, productive relationship with SCP-8980. In the future, if then... Okay. Okay, so he's saying that he's also willing to go to therapy to not be mean. This guy's abuse of gaslighting is gross. Yeah, because he's like, give her new controls. Yeah, I feel like he's really downplaying like how much this sucks for her. After 3 weeks of deliberation, the Site 17 Containment Oversight Committee replied to the request with the following document. Okay, in violation part. Well, he already had. Let's say I will begin. This says if necessary, I will begin. Right? Yeah. Sure would be embarrassed, and she actually nuked her coworkers. Sure would be. It's okay. I can't either. SCP-8980. Thank you for reaching out to the committee regarding your ongoing containment. We appreciate your continued effort to make sure that SCP Foundation is a more ethical and responsible organization. Following intense deliberation, we've decided to respond to each of your points you've made below independently in order to ensure we have adequately met your expectations. As per Chapter 2, Section 5, this symbol? What is this symbol? I want to say it. Okay, whatever. As per Chapter 2, Section 5, 8.15.3 of the Ethics Committee Code of Conduct, an anomaly may be denied visitation rights if the transportation of any involved persons could cause significant and or highly likely damage to either normalcy or monetary personnel resources of the SCP Foundation. In conjunction with your anomalous effects, it is the opinion of this committee that a lack of visitation rights was within the guidelines sent out by the ethics committees as they so intended. A major failure in privacy rights, especially during socialization. It is largely the opinion of this committee that Dr. Burns is not infringing on your right to privacy. While several accommodations can and will be made for you in your future containment, such as provisional guarantee to private one-on-one conversation with other anomalies or coworkers without direct supervision, you will still maintain an overall right to privacy with stipulations to accommodate your anomalous properties. Jesus Christ, I'm being less literate. A lack of sufficient entertaining stimulation. Your containment staff will be provided with a $50 USD monthly allocated budget for purchasing recreational material at your... $50 only? Bruh. Verbal abuse from head researcher Christopher Burns. The committee has found that several comments made by head researcher Christopher Burns to you have indeed been inappropriate for a professional environment. We have reprimanded Dr. Burns on his comments and have scheduled him for 3 months of remedial therapy concurrent with his oversight of your anomaly. A failure to obtain consent for permanent containment. According to the Foundation Employee Handbook, consent is not a requirement for your No. Oh, early. Okay. Well, okay. Well, if it's the late 90s, that's a bit more fair. Damn, though. Does she get to pick what she eats, though, or do they kind of just give her like what? How does she eat food? We hope these points will help. We hope these points help alleviate your concerns regarding your continued containment here at the SCP Foundation. If any further questions or concerns, please reach out to Site 17 Local Ethics Committee Liaison. Unfilled. The role eventually filled by Ethics Committee Liaison Flora Marinos in 2000. They didn't have one! Dude, that's fucking crazy. Desk of Containment Oversight Committee. Okay. May. Ethics Committee Memorandum. Memorandum. The remainder of this file represents a severe and continued violation of the SCP Foundation's Code of Conduct policy, including gross neglect and explicit abuse of contained anomaly over a lengthy... Oh, fuck. $50 in the 2000 at least goes a little farther than... That makes sense. Any and all individuals who are not willing to view such content should not proceed with the remainder of this document. If you have been assigned to this document and are not comfortable with viewing such material, please speak with your supervisor for immediate reassignment and amnesticization. Your discretion is heavily advised. Proceed at your... Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I guess. We're not even like halfway through this. This is fucking crazy, dude. I'm reading it till it's done, though. Addendum 6. Ongoing containment plan. On June 8th, 2005, 2 weeks. Yeah, we have a whole ass fucking viewer discretion is advised on this. On June 8, 2005, 2 weeks after being prescribed remedial therapy, Dr. Burns conducted a follow-up interview with SCP-8980 to reassess containment efforts and ensure 8980's well-being. SCP-8980 had continued to display lowered engagement with its continued deployment at the Foundation, often missing deadlines, failing to clock into work despite living in its work environment, and producing more errors. Additionally, while SCP-8980 had been seen engaging in socialization with other anomalies, most of these interactions were superficial and presumably unsatisfying for SCP-8980, possibly indicating depressive symptoms. Well, no, duh, bro. She's like imprisoned. I would be fucking depressed too. Especially because she was like fresh out of college, found an anomaly, given a job that she thought was probably pretty cool, and now she's fucked. Okay, June 8, 2005. Ongoing issues. Begin log. SCP-8980 is holding its head up on a plastic folding table in its containment cell. Its bed is unmade, and a trash can in the corner of the room is entirely filled with diet soft drinks of various brands. Several crumpled papers are present under its Foundation-issued desk. Well, the state of authenticity to SCP's mental state being before the content of the interview is enough to highlight this, rendering this description unnecessary. I think what they don't put and think about what they don't put in a viewer description like they did. Yeah, that's fair. That's so no. I did this to myself. Dr. Burns enters the room, prompting SCP-8980 to look up but not move. Dr. Burns places an audio recording device on the desk and turns it on. Begin interview log ID 8980W12 with SCP-8980 at 10:02. Good morning, 8980. SCP-8980 begins to laugh hysterically. Wow, they must have given you quite the beating, Burns. Never thought I'd see you act so professional. You didn't even stutter. Dr. Burns smiles. Yes, well, you could say that I'm a changed man now. I realize that I've done very little to minimize conflict in our workplace environment, so from now on, I'll be following the SCP Foundation guidelines down to the letter. I hope this should be enough for us to, using the phrasing I've used before, maintain professionalism between us in the future. I'll see it when I believe it. I wasn't born yesterday, and now you haven't changed a bit. Okay. Yeah, I'll see it when yeah. Well, it's just compliance time. Dr. Burns smiles again. Don't worry. We'll see it. SCP-8980 lets out an exasperated laugh sigh. Dr. Burns places several documents on the table in front of him. The correct term for it is a dry laugh. Oh. Pizza or hot dog? Pizza. Sorry. As for today's agenda, I want to speak with you about your workplace environment, the possibility of psychological assistance, and further testing protocols. I don't need testing? Yes, we want to. SCP-8980 slams his fist down on the table and stands up, startling head researcher Burns. No! Absolute. SCP-8980 pauses and sits down. Absolutely not. No, I won't do any more testing. Silence. Allow me to elaborate if I may. It's quite clear from your RFR that you're very discontent with your current working arrangements, correct? SCP-8980 freezes, but then slowly nods. The engineer was not aware that RFRs are shown in containment handlers for content to prior oversight committee. Oh, he wasn't supposed to see that. Got it. Well, with additional testing, we should be able to figure out some more amenable conditions for you to work in. Sure, that's what you want, yes? Fuck you, bastard. I don't have a choice in this. Well, technically you do. According to the Foundation Code of... Just save it. According to Foundation Code of Conduct, you're free to deny testing if it is not being conducted for security concerns, normalcy enforcement, or termination of subject. Since your anomaly is not an unavoidable danger, you don't have to worry about the last reason. Jesus Christ. Anyway, be sure to let me know by Monday whether you truly wish to abort testing. I'll be sending you relevant paperwork to fill out. Code of Conduct I'll be sending you the relevant paperwork to fill out. Code of Conduct doesn't quite allow me to decline testing based on verbal request, and I need to give you 3 business days notice for you to withdraw consent in writing. Dr. Burns pauses and continues. However, I do wish to warn you that I personally believe testing is very much in your best interest, especially based on what you told me in the past and your present mental state. It's fucking windy! Something that would help my mental state is not having you running my tests. Unfortunately, I'm required by the Code of Conduct to at least have some oversight of your role in any experimentation carried on I'm required by Code of Conduct to at least have some oversight role in any experimentation carried out on you. I hope you understand. Only the death threats on God. I apologize for your discomfort here, though. Speaking of therapists, I'd also like to sign you up for Site 17's Parapsychological Counseling Program. I have an acquaintance. Let me save you the trouble. Chris, I don't want a therapist. There's nothing wrong with me. I am fine. I'm fine. Okay? Dr. Burns smiles. Okay, so remember, offers on the table. Great to know. Is that everything? Can you leave now? Please? Yes, that should encompass everything on my agenda. I'll be sure to get the relevant documentation to you by 5 p.m. today. I highly recommend that you don't file it, though, if you want my 2 cents. Dr. Burns should not have provided his own opinion on whether SCP-89 should... Okay, yep, okay. Dr. Burns extends his hand, and as SCP-8980 begrudgingly shakes it, Dr. Burns leaves the chamber. Video footage. Hesitated. Oh, she hesitated. End log. Afterward. SCP-8980's reluctance to therapy and continued testing is probably due to the depressive symptoms we've been seeing from its accommodated working environments. However, I firmly believe additional testing will help us identify additional ways we can improve SCP-8980's environment, or in lieu of that, help us understand the basis for the anomaly further. I would like to reiterate that our team is working diligently to improve SCP-8980's conditions. While we cannot control SCP-8980's reaction to its containment, we can try our best to ensure it is as comfortable as possible with its new role. Addendum 7. Tertiary experiment log. Jesus, I didn't know what that word was for a second. After several days of waiting, SCP-8980 to subject appropriate documentation, it reluctantly agreed to participate in necessary and purposeful testing of its anomalous properties in order to work towards a more productive work environment. The following is an abridged list of the third round of experimentation conducted by SCP-8980's research team under head researcher Christopher Burns. This is a general consensus of the ethics review that the quantity of experiments in totality conducted was severely in excess of what was reasonably required, totaling in 36 separate experiments over 2 months, only the 4 listed below providing any new information. 36? But they only listed 4? What the fuck? Okay. 8980 C3 was 1.5 minutes. SCP-8980 was instructed to warm up a standard Foundation ration using a microwave oven with no electronic interference, though it contained internal electronic circuits. Note affected. The microwave's radiation was significantly higher than normal. Instead of the standard 2.5 gigahertz, the microwave was believed to output the maximum of 6.8 gigahertz for the model, resulting in the ration violently exploding inside. Damn. Really? Jesus. It appears as though electronic circuitry is susceptible to SCP-8980's effects, despite the lack of electronic interface. The effects extends even to the regular equipment too, which justifies a strict oversight of SCP-8980's movements through the site. 8980 C12, 2 hours. SCP-8980 was instructed to use an experimental speech-to-text transcriber that was located in a separate room to fulfill various prompts, which would then be printed out afterwards using an analog system. SCP-8980 did not have any direct contact with the transcriber, which was electronic in nature. Are you okay, Draconic? I think you need some sleep. The transcriber began to misrepresent various words that SCP-8980 spoke in a manner consistent with its known anomalous properties. It is unclear if this was partially due to the transcriber's general inaccuracy or influences by SCP-8980. Electronic components, which SCP-8980 has direct contact with even if they can't see them, still appears to malfunction. This definitely limits our options even further than they already were. If we are to find some alternative system, we have to be creative. Still sicky and y'all. We gotta go bed. Go bed. 8980C31, 15 hours. An inactive Dell computer running Windows XP was placed in SCP-8980's containment chamber. SCP-8980 was instructed not to use or interact with the device at all. They start at 2:30. Go to bed! Noted effects. Despite not interacting with the desktop, the device repeatedly activated. During activation, the device played the Windows XP startup sound, which repeatedly audibly startled SCP-8980. SCP-8980 refused to touch or turn off the device after startup, even when requested by experiment overseers. After the 23rd activation, approximately 15 hours into this experiment, SCP-8980 began sobbing uncontrollably. That would fucking break me too, dude. This experiment, while disruptive for SCP-8980, helps us further narrow down why alternative systems don't quite work. Interaction does not seem to be a prerequisite for the anomaly's activation, only SCP-8980's general proximity. Alright, 8980C36. Oh my god. They're saying it's the, oh. So the 3rd test, the 12th test, the 31st test, and the 36th test. The last test that they did. Jesus Christ. So I say good night, Fred. Good night, Draco, man. Good night, Beefcake. Hope you sleep well. 47 minutes. SCP-8980 was brought to a connected testing chamber. It was instructed to communicate with junior researcher Morgan McFarrell, who was present in a separate room. Farrell was instructed in turn to follow SCP-8980's directions while interacting with a Dell computer, taking caution not to communicate back to SCP-8980 except through written notes passed through a slot on the wall's connecting chamber. Noted effects. While the experiment was running, no noted effects occurred. However, roughly 3/4 of an hour into the experiment, SCP-8980 vomited onto the floor of the chamber and began sobbing uncontrollably. SCP-8980 and junior researcher McFarrell were both extracted, and the experiment concluded early. See following incident log. Oh no, she threw up. Post-medical instability. Pizza order. Yippee! What kind of pizza? On August 16, 2005, SCP-8980 vomited profusely during routine testing. Routine? This was, yeah, the fucking routine! You didn't have to highlight that for me to know that. Routine! No! Resulting in its immediate hospitalization in Site 17's West Wing. After objective analysis, it was largely determined that SCP-8980 did not suffer from a known paramedical or medical condition, and its issues were likely due to cumulative stress, depressive symptoms, and disorientation from a lack of proper nutrition. Ooh, that sounds really good. SCP-8980 was discharged to its containment unit on August 17th, 2005. Let's say when they do the test, it does not. Despite being discharged, SCP-8980 refused to continue testing, citing its hospitalization as a valid. Why is valid highlighted? Why is this highlighted? Although compliant with Foundation Medical Code of Conduct, it would have been prudent for the medical staff to hold SCP. Oh, yeah, because they only held her for the like a day. Okay, as a valid missing, it is important to specify the SCP's reason for suspension for testing. It's entirely valid. Oh, okay. Valid reason for suspension of experimentation. However, concurrently, it refused to leave its cell and experienced severe lethargy for several days, resulting in little production or socialization during this time. On August 23rd, 2005, Dr. Burns conducted an intervention interview with SCP-8980 to attempt to address the issue it was facing. I don't want to read Mr. Burns' part, though. August 23rd, 2005. Lethargy and lack of motivation. It's been like has it been like a year? No, not yet. I don't think. Begin log. SCP-8980 is sitting down in its containment chamber with its arms hugging onto its side. It stares downwards directly ahead, unmoving until Dr. Burns entered the room, causing it to glare up at him, but otherwise remain motionless. Its breathing pace can be seen briefly quickening before returning to its baseline. They wouldn't give her a real pop, just die. Why wouldn't they give her food? Dr. Burns sets down the recorder and folding table and begins the interview. Beginning interview log ID 8980 W23 with SCP 8980 at 10:01 a.m. Good morning, 8980. Let's see. Well, I suppose this is the purpose of the interview today, so let me get right into the agenda. Dr. Burns pulls out and straightens several papers. So, our first topic for today is the medical incident that occurred during experiment 8980C36 involving Mr. McFarrell. That's who was behind the wall, by the way. I'm sure you remember him. Helped him finish the manifold problem, if you recall. Silence. SCP-8980 stares directly at Burns. Anyways, on subject, we wanted to ask a few recruiting questions. Is that right? No. Well, I suppose I'm not allowed to push you to answer medical questions against your will according to the Foundation Code of Conduct, so I'll just drop the issue for now. We'll circle back to it another time. Anyways, for the second item on the agenda, let's see. SCP-8980 lets out a long, exasperated sigh. What? Silence. Dr. Byrne looks up at SCP-8980 expectantly. What day is it? It's Tuesday. No, Burns. I meant, what day is it? Or what date is it? Dr. Burns briefly glances around SCP-8980's containment chamber. I see. You don't have a calendar in here. Suppose I'll arrange to get you one later. Dr. Burns reaches out for his mobile phone, but recalls he does not have it on him. He spends a few moments thinking. SCP never provided. Never. Why didn't you just give her a calendar? It's just a goddamn fucking calendar. It's not even a fucking. You could just. Okay. Right. Your rules don't let me bring my phone in here. I believe it's around the 22nd of August. I've been pretty busy. So, August? SCP-8980 begins hyperventilating and abruptly stands up, knocking his chair backward and startling Dr. Burns. It's been 6 months? I've been in here for 6 months? Afraid so, yes. Unfortunately, we haven't made much progress in neutralizing your anomaly. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Please calm down. SCP-8980 clutches his head and backs itself against the wall. It begins muttering to itself, hysterical sobs occasionally ringing out. Dr. Burns remains at the table, but keeps a steady gaze on SCP-8980. This guy does not care about her, dude. He does not fucking care. 6 months. 6 months. Oh my god. Oh my god. When will it end? Why? Why? Look at SCP-8980 screams, then sobs loudly and lowers itself to the floor. Dr. Burns does not move. The fucking asshole. SCP-8980 continues to sob for several minutes until it eventually cries silently. You know I'm not trying to hurt you, 8980. The experiments can be a lot, yes, but ultimately we made progress and just shut up. Please, just be quiet. I'm just trying to help you, 8980. We all are. While our progress has been slow at our current rate, we're guaranteed to make a breakthrough within a year or two. SCP-8980 uncovers its tear-stricken face and stares in horror at Dr. Burns slowly rising to its feet. Okay. That's fucking crazy, by the way. A year or two? Just nonchalant. No, you're not helping me. You're not helping anyone. Leave, please. Dr. Burns slowly reaches for his glasses and begins to polish them. You know, I'm not gonna leave here until we cover the full agenda, 8980, and I am here to help you, even if you don't understand that yet. SCP-8980 approaches the table but does not sit down. Dr. Burns looks up and stops polishing his glasses. I'm not fucking doing this anymore, Christopher. I'm not playing your sick fucking games. I can't do this for another 6 months, let alone a goddamn year. I would rather die than do another goddamn fucking loser shit ass experiment overseen by your egotistical, narcissistic, misogynistic piece of shit, smug fucking face. Why didn't they transcribe misogynistic? Why didn't they transcribe misogynistic? That's like high-key crazy, actually. 8980. SCP-8980 balls its fist into its face before screaming. SCP-8980, without warning, lunges at Dr. Burns over the table, knocking them both on the floor. Dr. Burns yells in terror. My fucking name is Lillian Mar... Oh, sorry. Fuck. My fucking name is Lillian Marley, you goddamn piece of shit! SCP-80's 9 legs push down on Dr. Burns' left arm, pinning him to the floor as it leans its weight into his right arm. Dr. Burns struggles wildly as SCP-8980 frantically begins searching. Get off me! SCP-8980 does not further respond as the two struggle. In short order, it spots the keys to its containment unit on the floor and immediately stretches to grab it. In the instant, SCP-8980 shifts its weights. Dr. Burns manages to free himself and throw himself sideways, sending SCP-8980 spiraling to the floor before it can grab the keys. SCP-8980 yells in pain as Dr. Burns reflectively kicks it in the chest. Reflexively, you... What? Oh, okay, that's good. I'm glad they call her by her name. As SCP-8980 recovers its bearings, Dr. Burns pulls himself up using the knocked over table, holding his stomach. SCP-8980 attempts to pull itself up, but Dr. Burns delivers another kick to its chest. In self-defense? Sending it spiraling into Dr. Burns' sideways chair. It screams and begins sobbing uncontrollably as its back hits the floor. Oh no, Vex, you're right. Fuck. Dr. Burns spends several seconds panting and staring at SCP-8980 before picking up the keys to the unit and his now shattered glasses and exiting the room, leaving the recording equipment behind. SCP-8980 does not make any effort to acknowledge his exit nor an attempt to follow him out of the containment unit. Instead, it sobs and moans softly on the floor, slowly curling itself into fetal position. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like groans would be better. After several minutes, site security is alerted in response to the situation. A security officer enters the chamber and immediately moves to place SCP-8980 in handcuffs, restraining her with little restraint. He then placed SCP-8980 on the bed, erected the table and chairs, and finally disabled the recording before exiting and re-securing the containment chamber. I don't know if it's Olivia M. Hall. Okay. Yeah. As the guard's gender and sex was not known, but he should have used gender neutral. In the aftermath of the incident, it became clear that SCP-8980's psychological state had deteriorated significantly to the point of engaging in active hostility against Foundation staff. This necessitated Foundation intervention for the safety of both the anomaly and its containment personnel. To this end, several measures were immediately enacted by Dr. Burns in compliance with the Foundation Code of Conduct. SCP-8980 was classified as potentially hostile entity requiring approval from containment staff to interact with the anomaly. That's fucking crazy. SCP-8980's free roam time was reduced with further restriction to its movement at the site to minimize future incidents. SCP-8980 was required to undergo Level 3 intensity security measures for humanoids. Level 3 intensity requires security cameras to be placed directly in the containment cell of the anomaly. Additional restrictions on what recreational items the anomaly is allowed to request and weekly room searches to prevent contraband possession. The maximum security level is 5. It is of the opinion of the ethics committee team that this was extremely excessive for the circumstance, though not technically in violation. Yeah, that was like, what the fuck? SCP-8980 was assigned to mandatory in-person parapsychological counseling. Like, I feel like this is so much. Like, yeah, she's like depressive, but that's like not necessary. Neither is this. After implementing the above procedures, Dr. Burns was requested by Site 17 administration to distance himself from handling SCP-8980's case. He complied. Dr. Burns was highly agitated by his removal, consistently putting pressure on Site 17 senior staff to remain head. Okay. However, after several weeks of searching for a replacement without results, vague information, the process occurred over several days, not weeks. According to the Foundation reassignment policy, the only possible candidates for the position were other members. of which there must be a minimum of 3 people total. Of the remaining 2, Dr. Steele professed no interest in taking the position, and junior researcher McFarrell was strictly underqualified for the role.
Oh, man, I know. Our POV, I'm at your
Welcome
door.
on
Oh,
in, Stitchin'
man,
Bitchin'. How you doing? How you doing? How was your stream? Did you have a good time? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Hope we're having a good stream. Thank you. We are. We're currently reading SCP stories. We're having a good time. I hope you are too. Site director Thomas Graham signed off on the retainment of Dr. Burns as head researcher, citing his prior professionalism and expertise in handling. When confronted with evidence regarding Dr. Burns' inappropriate prior actions, site director Thomas Graham claimed complete ignorance to nearly all of the events detailed prior and below. While this is considered extremely unlikely due to his central role on Site 17's Containment Oversight Committee, no concrete evidence has yet been found that he intentionally Bro, thank you for the wellness check. That's fucking crazy. What did they do? Like, why are they so, like, why are they so mean to her? For 3 days following the incident, SCP-8980 was given medical treatment for the wounds it incurred during the altercation. On August 17th, it was returned to its containment chambers. Its first psychological counseling session was scheduled for September 5th, 2005, and will occur every following Monday under Dr. Nadine Crawford. Passionate. Portland, Oregon. Sexism, that's my fuck. However, several incidents demonstrating grossly inappropriate behavior throughout her career resulted in the deportation in 2013. Ooh, that's a little troubling because that's near the time of this case. This includes a particularly grievous incident in 2012 involving a romantic relation with a male anomaly under her care that ultimately resulted in committing Oh, fuck. Everything's stacked against our girl, dude. Everything's stacked against our girl, bruh. Okay. Ongoing psychological and physical health effects. Beginning near the start of September, SCP-8980 was required to attend parapsychological counseling on a weekly basis under Dr. Nadine Crawford. Initially, these sessions made very little progress as SCP-8980 had strong negative reaction towards the therapy process. This continued throughout the month. However, an eventual initial breakthrough was achieved on September 26, 2005, when SCP-8980 began to speak with Dr. Crawford in a meaningful capacity for the first time. Begin excerpt. Okay, so I have to talk for 2 women. Okay. Extraneous information removed prior to this excerpt. Dr. Carver attempted several times to initiate productive conversation with SCP-8980, which was largely unprecipitated. Dr. Crawford is sitting at a desk in the furnished office while SCP-8980 is laying on a large velvet chair. Dr. Crawford has begun doing miscellaneous paperwork for nearly 15 minutes in silence while SCP-8980 struggles to stay awake on the couch. SCP-8980's clothes and hair are both highly disheveled. After the 4th time, SCP-8980 snaps itself to attention. It pushes itself further on the couch, presumably to help it stay awake better. It's comfortable, isn't it? SCP-8980 looks over to Dr. Crawford, who has now glanced up to meet SCP-8980's gaze. Yeah, it's nice. You know, that chair you're sitting in is anomalous. SCP-8980 gives Dr. Crawford an expression of incredulity, prompting her to continue. Oh, she's like, Its fabric was made by a thermodramatic clothes maker who produced a lot of our higher quality materials. I actually met him once, you know? Well, I can't elaborate much because of client confidentiality, but we met him back when I worked in Portland, Oregon. Lovely guy. Whoa. Due to the actual regulations, social employees would have been wholly allowed to disclose information from her time within only. So she could have told her, but she didn't. Okay. Oh, interesting. Funnily, I think his designation is SCP-8580. Isn't that a neat coincidence? SCP-8980 grunts and folds its arms. Former designation. It was molecularly annihilated, bro. Fuck. She would have said it was 3 Portland as well. That would be interesting. Wish I could sleep in a chair like this every night. Dr. Crawford lifts herself into an upright position. What makes you say that, Lillian? Silence lasts for several seconds as SCP-8980 rubs its arms together. I miss my bed. The one in my dorm here, apparently the mattresses don't fit into concrete blocks they call a bed frame. So they just gave me the cheap standard one. I hate it. Are you having a harder time sleeping because of it? SCP-8980 appears to recoil slightly before shaking its head vigorously. It's unclear if SCP-8980 was intended to shake itself. Oh, okay. SCP-8980. I'm fine. I'm over it now. Well, if you'd like, I can let you nap here for a bit each session. SCP-8980 does not respond, but shortly thereafter falls asleep. Dr. Crawford refers to her paperwork, smiling. She seems so nice, but I'm afraid of this. After waking up, SCP-8980 continued to deflect conversation attempts until the end of the session. However, over the course of multiple meetings, SCP-8980 began to engage in small talk more with Dr. Crawford, establishing some level of rapport between them. Topics of conversation frequently included SCP-89's current projects, novels SCP-8980 had read in the past, and other miscellaneous relevant topics. Yeah, they shouldn't have added that. While SCP-8980's mental state did not significantly improve for some time, SCP-8980 began to trust Dr. Crawford. They seem nice. That's so true. As the sessions progressed, this eventually led to Dr. Crawford being able to discuss SCP-8980's past, representing an important milestone in reconstructing SCP-8980's mental state. Sorry, I'm burping. Sorry. Extraneous information removed. SCP-8980 is sitting on the couch in Dr. Crawford's office. Its appearance is still highly disheveled and it fidgets in place absentmindedly. Dr. Crawford is occupied writing notes at her desk before SCP-8980 suddenly speaks. How long have you been working here? Dr. Crawford sits up and looks toward SCP-8980 with a smile. Oh, me? Well, I've been working here for about 2.5 decades by this point. How time flies. Dr. Crawford folds her hands on top of each other. And what about you, dear? How long have you been working at the Foundation? SCP-89 lets out a laugh sigh. Okay. I don't think that was part of my contract. Oh, dear, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not violating your boundaries. SCP-8980 makes an inscrutable sound and sinks into the couch. Okay. There is silence for several seconds. It's fine. I've been working for the Foundation for 6 to 7 years now. Foundation hired me after I got my sorry, babe. No fuck. Which degree, may I ask? SCP-8980 sits upright on the couch, making eye contact briefly with Dr. Crawford before looking away. Oh, well, it's nothing impressive. I was hired after I got my bachelor's degree in computer science. Dr. Crawford clasps her hands together and smiles wildly. Wow, that's quite the accomplishment, especially for a girl your age. SCP-8980 furrows its brows in confusion. Thank you, I guess. Dr. Crawford raises her hands silently. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to offend. I just meant that it's quite the achievement to be scouted by the Foundation in your early 20s. I've only known a few people who have that honor, and most of them were men in financing. Dr. Crawford chuckles. SCP-8980 appears stoic at first, but then briefly laughs. A girl your age, she's 29. That's fair, but I think it is fair. Like, she was pretty young comparatively, I feel like, to the people that work here. Dr. Crawford, oh, thanks. I appreciate that. My old boss wasn't very impressed himself. It's very likely. Okay. His loss, right? Oh, yeah, for sure. Dr. Crawford lightly laughs. SCP-8980 bites its lower lip and looks down again before frowning, a concerned look on its face. 7A. Before Dr. Crawford can one more. Before Dr. Crawford can comment, SCP-8980 walks over to the velvet chair and lies down in it, turning away from Dr. Crawford. She does not comment but continues watching. SCP-8980 begins quietly crying and quickly falls. Oh, poor baby. No. SCP-8980 continued attending sessions throughout all of October and November. In spite of its relationship with Dr. Crawford improving, its mental state appeared to remain stagnant outside the session, and its productivity was still relatively slow, though still within minimal external boundaries for continued employment. During the months prior, SCP-8980 refused to address head researcher Burns during routine interviews unless explicitly required to, resulting in very little progress in treating its anomalous condition. In spite of Dr. Burns' attempts to minimize hostility following the incident, SCP-8980 clearly held him in contempt. Nonetheless, it did not engage in any additional hostilities towards any containment staff. On November 24, 2005, several days before Thanksgiving, Dr. Crawford made a major breakthrough in SCP-8980's case, leading to a significant improvement in 8980's psychological state, which is detailed below. SCP-8980 is lying down in the velvet chair with its eyes closed. It's not sleeping, though it's breathing deeply following Dr. Crawford's instructions. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. And breathe out. Breathe in. Hey, look, I really appreciate you trying to help me with these breathing exercises, but I really don't think they're doing anything for me. Dr. Crawford frowns. Well, we can always come back to them later. They're just here to help you calm down since you're quite the overthinker, you know? I still don't know how much they actually help. Silence follows for several seconds. Dr. Crawford taps her pen against her face repeatedly. Something new seems to be bothering you today. SCP-8980 looks surprised at Dr. Crawford before lowering its gaze. It's nothing. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't push you, but remember what we talked about last week? It's important for you to be able to communicate your feelings with me if you want me to be able to help you. SCP-8980 eyes widen before quickly refocusing. It rubs its arm. Well, I'm just a bit upset about Thanksgiving. I get it. You're spending it alone here while your coworkers get to go home to their families. Simply awful, isn't it? SCP-8980 whips its head up and looks at Dr. Crawford again. Yeah, it is. You're pretty good at this. Oh dear, it's my job to know these things. I completely understand where you're coming from. I've had countless clients under my care who went through the same thing as you are now. And did any of them get to go home for Thanksgiving? Well, no. Well, most of them no. SCP-8980 excels sharply, then turns away from Dr. Crawford. What's the fucking point? Dr. Crawford adjusts her glasses. It's really not in my power to be able to let you out of your containment. You certainly know that. My job right here, right now, is to help you. Dr. Crawford just words outward. Is to help you to overcome these awful feelings you've been having. SCP-8980 does not respond. Dr. Crawford clears her throat, then continues. There's no shame in feeling upset or angry at the circumstances you've been put in. Your feelings are completely natural, especially for a young girl. But to let them consume your professional life, to let the circumstances control you, well, not that. That's fucking, that's shitty. Dude. Dr. Crawford shakes her head and licks her tongue. And clicks her tongue. That's just no good, is it? What the hell do I do then? In my experience, the best thing someone can do when they're in a tough situation is consider their problem like a challenge. Silence. SCP-8980 turns around. A challenge? Dr. Crawford smiled. Yes, a challenge. I'm sure that not everyone's solution, but I think every trial you face can be tolerable if you just see it as a challenge. That's how I got my degree, after all. SCP-8980 begins to furrow its brow. Challenge. Dr. Crawford says nothing but remains smiling at SCP-8980. Suddenly, SCP-8980 eye widens and stares down at the floor. Yeah. A challenge, right? It's a challenge. Yeah. SCP-8980 looks up and smiles at Dr. Crawford. Yeah, a challenge. Dr. Crawford nods cautiously. SCP-8980 pulls itself to its feet. If you don't mind, could we cut today's session short? I have some work I need to catch up on. Oh, certainly, dear. Are you sure you want to continue your conversation? You don't want to continue your conversation about Thanksgiving? No, I'm okay. Even if I'm stuck here for Thanksgiving, I have a feeling I'll see my family for Christmas. Following this exchange, SCP-8980 suddenly saw an extremely high productivity boost, reaching levels similar to its initial containment. Simultaneously, it did not experience any other changes to its suppressive symptoms, often going extended periods without engaging in hygienic activities or socializing. Well, what does it matter? She doesn't get to talk to anybody. But that is unnecessary, no. On December 9, 2005, Dr. Burns interviewed SCP-8980 to ascertain its source of newfound productivity. Dr. Burns doesn't want her to be happy. Wait, why isn't it going away? It's not going, okay, well, okay, that's fine. December 9, 2005, newfound motivation. SCP-8980 is seated in the secure interviewing room with a single masked guard behind it. It leans on the table, staring ahead, waiting for Dr. Burns to arrive. He enters the room at precisely 10 a.m. and sits down in front of SCP-8980. It glares at him, but does not otherwise react. Beginning interview log ID 8980-S12 with SCP-8980 at 10:01 a.m. Good morning. What do you want? I have called a special interview with you today because we noticed that your productivity has been in a sharp increase in recent days. So, Dr. Burns smiles. Well, the containment team has just been curious as to why you've had such a sudden change of heart. Yeah, I'm sure Steele gives a single shit about me. Silence. Dr. Burns stares at SCP-8980. I'm just feeling better, all right. My therapist has been really useful. You were right, okay? I admit it. Therapy was helpful. Can I go? Well, despite your sudden productivity, you notice your depressive symptoms haven't changed much. It's not so common for someone to get their act together without fixing the root cause. I plead the fifth. Joking is also quite out of your character. SCP-8980 grits its teeth. The security guard behind it slightly raises their weapon. Can't a lady do her job in fucking peace? Why do you have to worm your way into everything I do? Silence. After several seconds, Dr. Burns sighs and gets up. All right, meeting is concluded. Thank you for your time. God, I hate the love bombing. Huh? 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 What? Thanks for wasting my time, asshole. Dr. Burns ends the recording device and exits the room. SCP-8980 is escorted back to its cell shortly thereafter. SCP-8980's sudden change of behavior has me questioning its motivations. We'll need to keep a closer... Fuck off, Burns. You don't even want to finish that, dude. SCP-8980's parapsychological counseling sessions have been deemed necessary for it to continue due to its persistent depressive symptoms. Oh, I see. Nope. Yeah, you're right, Vex. I see what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Ace exploit and aftermath. For several weeks following its increase in productivity, SCP-8980 did not socialize at all outside of routine interviews and counseling sessions. The anomaly worked overtime for several hours per day as well, including on weekends when it was not assigned work. This activity was noted strange by containment personnel, though it suddenly ceased on December 22, 2005, when SCP-8980's productivity returned to normal. Though it experienced slightly fewer depressive symptoms according to Dr. Crawford, its overall behavior was still considered abnormal. Okay. On January 9th, 2006, Dr. Byrne Dr. Burns requested and received permission from Site-17 Containment Oversight Committee to conduct a full audit of SCP-8980 and its containment area. SCP-8980 and its room were fully stripped and searched, as was the remote code device used by SCP-8980 to conduct its work. Okay. Requested. Failing to specify the action was requested, de-emphasized having investigation. See following annotation. From site. The use of passive device obfuscates the origin of this action, which deflects responsibility to an unspecified party. Oh, hi, Thank you for the wellness check. It is largely believed that the ethics community... Oh, he's trying to be like, I didn't want to do this. I requested to do this on her behalf. Guess what? What's up? SB 8980. Vague vernacular. This phrasing obfuscates the fact that SB 89 was forced to undergo a strip search, including invasive medical scans for potential hazardous material on person. This was deemed grossly excessive. Oh, so are you, Norman. Thank you. After a careful 2-day audit of its belongings, investigative staff discovered that SCP-8980 had located and exploited an arbitrary code execution (ACE) in its remote work apparatus over the course of several weeks. This granted it full access to its former SCIP net, which granted access to all previously limited the utilities master messaging system. Aww. Thank you. Its secure extra foundational community system, the SCP-8980. Okay. Throughout the latter half of December, SCP-8980 had been in direct contact with several members of the Foundation staff and several sub-Veil individuals, especially its mother. Although the nature of these conversations did not violate an employee's protocols, the fact that SCP-8980 was a contained anomaly made conversation with these individuals without approval expressly prohibited. All individuals who were interacting with SCP-8980 were administered Class C anesthetics. That sucks! As SCP-8980 abused its Foundation accommodations to facilitate its rule-breaking behavior, consensus from the Containment Oversight Committee concluded that SCP-8980 must either go anesthetic therapy or have access to remote work apparatus permanently revoked. Though SCP-8980 was initially against anesthetic therapy, Dr. Crawford convinced SCP-8980 to voluntarily accept the treatment, insisting on its efficacy. Damn, dude. Either let her rot in a cell and do nothing, or let her forget everything. Great. So they made her forget. Yep. The following is a transcript of video and audio recording of the anesthetization of SCP-8980. Although it is not present in the original file, nor should have been, it is attached here for contextual and review purposes. Okay. Anesthetization. Okay. SCP-8980's amnesthologist arrives prior to the amnesthetization at 8:42 a.m. local alongside Dr. Burns. Dr. Burns initially mistakes the anesthesiologist for a nurse, though she quickly corrects him. To engage in light conversation on and off for approximately 20 minutes while waiting for SCP-8980 to be escorted to the chamber. Neither appears to discuss anything of note. Got amnesia, yeah. SCP-8980 is escorted into the this part's too much for you. Okay, I got it. SCP is escorted to the amnestization lab by an armed guard. Its appearance is, as previously described, seemingly disabled. Its movement appears sluggish as it walks away, likely from lethargy. SCP-8980 spots Dr. Burns, who stops talking upon making eye contact with SCP-8980. It immediately freezes. Oh god. SCP-8980 immediately begins to back away from the lab, but is pushed by the guard behind it. It stumbles to the ground, prompting a laugh from Dr. Burns. The anesthesiologist does not react. Not like this. SCP-8980 spends several seconds attempting to crawl away or stand up, neither of which are effective. In short order, it lays on the ground unmoving before making eye contact with the anesthesiologist. She looks away and clears her throat. I understand this is a bit of a scary process, but trust me, it'll be over before you even realize it. I've done this countless of times. I'm a professional. No accidents in 10 years. After several seconds of hesitating, SCP-8980 slowly gets back to its feet. It points at Dr. Burns while staring at the anesthesiologist. Why is he here? Him? Well, I'm required to oversee your amnestization as per Foundation's Code of Conduct. I'm here to provide the list of targeted engrams for the nice doctor here. Yes, doctor. The procedure for Class C anesthetics involves a primer injection where we'll specify the target's memory to excise through the hypnotic hypnagogic fugue state, then a second injection, which will actually do the erasing. Since anesthetics usually involve confidential information, he needs to be the one to prime you. You need to simplify it for her. She's a computer technician, not a neurologist. With all due respect, doctor, neither are you. I'll be in the room the whole time, okay? The session will be recorded, so there's no need for any dramatics. SCP-8980 glances between Dr. Burns and the anesthesiologist repeatedly. It slowly begins to back up. I can't do it. I can't do this. I don't. SCP-8980 immediately turns and begins running for the door. It's quickly intercepted by a guard who initially brought SCP-8980, causing it to stumble and fall. The guard begins to drag SCP-8980 towards the I don't like this word. The station, which causes SCP-8980 to begin screaming uncontrollably. The anesthesiologist covers her ear in irritation. Dr. Burns does nothing besides watch. The guard secures SCP-8980 to an empty anesthetics injection table. SCP-8980 writhes in place, still screaming. After several seconds, the anesthesiologist walks towards SCP-8980, which prompts it to stop screaming. I promise it'll be quick. No harm, no foul, alright? Don't let him. Can you begin the procedure? I have an appointment at 9:30. SCP-8980 begins sobbing again. Leave me alone. The anesthesiologist begins to sterilize SCP-8980's arm for the injections, causing SCP-8980 to tense its arm in fear. She spends several seconds attempting to relax it to surprising success. SCP-8980 stops thrashing in apparent defeat, gasping and sobbing without coherency. The anesthesiologist begins the application of local anesthetics. Alright, this should fully kick in about 2 to 3 minutes. SCP-8980 makes eye contact with the anesthesiologist. Upon seeing its expression, she stops moving and watches back. Please don't do this to me. You don't know who he is. Please help me. Please let me out. Dr. Burns does not react, but watches the pair. The anesthesiologist glances between Dr. Burns, but quickly pulls away from SCP-8980. Look, ma'am, I'm just doing my job. I'm not going to get involved in this. Take it up with the ethics committee or something. They won't listen, please. SCP-8980 strains against its restraints. The anesthesiologist glances at Dr. Burns again. He crosses his arm and stares at her. She turns back to SCP-8980. I'm not going to risk my career over a stranger. I'm sorry. SCP-8980 falls back and stares ahead, crying silently. Dr. Burns pulls out his mobile device in violation of his own protocol involving SCP-8980, though quickly puts it away as it appears not to turn on. Several minutes pass in silence, only broken by SCP-8980's sobs and an occasional grunt by the present guard. The anesthesiologist prepares the primer shot for the anesthetic administration. Presumably due to SCP-8980's general uncooperation, she opts to include a quick-acting light sedative agent in accordance with anesthetic guidelines. After preparing all the materials, she approaches SCP-8980 and sterilizes the injection site once again. SCP-8980 begins hyperventilating and struggling again. Dr. Burns watches in silence. The anesthesiologist begins the injection, and SCP-8980 begins screaming. The anesthesiologist ignores it. The anesthesiologist finishes and pulls the empty injection from SCP-8980. SCP-8980 struggles slowly, but is still visibly shaking and crying. There, all done. Take a few minutes until she's ready for priming. You shouldn't say anything once she's ready until we're done, because it could have some nasty side effects. That means absolute silence. If you say anything besides the primers, we'll have to let the shot wear off and reschedule it. Got it? Understood. Good. I'll let you know when she's ready with a thumbs up. SCP-8980 spends several minutes shivering and sobbing as the shot begins to take effect. Dr. Burns watches SCP-8980 in silence while anesthesiologist files the relevant paperwork. So scared he's gonna say something. He's gonna fuck her. As the primer begins to spread through SCP-8980, it redoubles its efforts to push against its restraint. However, its left arm is completely paralyzed and its speech heavily slurs. SCP-8980's mouth begins to twitch uncontrollably while it dances wildly around the room. Its ability to move its other arm and legs quickly fade as SCP-8980's thrashing and shivering slowly ceases. After several additional minutes of the agent spreading throughout its body, SCP-8980 is rendered nearly immobile, only able to breathe lightly and control its eyes. Its jaw is slack, saliva begins to drip down the side of its mouth as its eyes unfocused and refocus repeatedly, still glancing wildly and around in terror. The anesthesiologist checks her watch, then glances at SCP-8980. She motions a thumbs up to Dr. Burns, though he does not notice at first, as he's watching SCP-8980 intently without expression. Irritated, the anesthesiologist gets up and walks over to Dr. Burns, who jerks up suddenly when he spots her approaching. She stops and gives a thumbs up, which prompts Dr. Burns to approach SCP-8980, its eyes solely focused on him. The anesthesiologist puts on her foundation-grade earmuffs to ensure she is not exposed to classified information as per standard protocol. SCP-8980 appears to notice this, and its mouth begins to twitch repeatedly. The anesthesiologist watches in silence. Doctor pulls out a folded paper, presumably a refresher on administering anesthetic primers, and begins to prime SCP-8980 for anesthetization. He smiles. Memory, performing, arbitrary code, execution, exploit, and containment. SCP-8090's left eye spasm. Concept, arbitrary code, execution, exploits. SCP-8980's mouth twitches and its eyes dart to the anesthesiologist. The anesthesiologist watches with disinterest. It's repeated attempt to vocalize, but it makes no coherent sound besides low grunts and moans. Memory, contact with your coworkers during containment. SCP-8980 does not have any sudden reactions, though its eyes meet with Dr. Burns again. Dr. Burns looks down toward the paper he is holding again. Memory, contact with your mother during containment. SCP-8980's right arm twitches repeatedly, and SCP-8980's eyes dart around the room panically. After several seconds, SCP-8980's begin to leak tears, which slowly trail down to a mix with the saliva building on its chin. Dr. Burns spends several seconds recording the paper he is holding. Sorry. Dr. Burns spends several seconds reading the paper he is holding. Concept, using your remote work apparatus to breach containment. SCP-8980's mouth twitches again momentarily. It begins moaning for a few seconds, futilely attempting to vocalize. After several seconds of silence, no activity, Dr. Burns looks up and makes direct eye contact with SCP-8980. He holds its gaze, its eye widen, and immediately stops making sound. Dr. Burns looks sideways towards the recording device, then back towards the anesthesiologist, who largely does not react. He then turns back to the anomaly. Dr. Burns leans directly above SCP-8980, close enough that his face is inches away from SCP-8980. Its jaw begins to sever, and neither of them break eye contact, though SCP-8980's breathing becomes extremely labored. After several further moments of silence, Dr. Burns smiles, then speaks. Concept. Data corrupted. The video and the audio feed severely distort for several seconds. SCP-8980 is violently spasming, and its eyes are entirely unfocused. His breathing is highly irregular. Dr. Burns is no longer leaning. The anesthesia jerks up and instantly reaches for her earmuffs. However, after looking towards and remembering the recording device, she hesitantly puts her hand down again. SCP-8980 returns to an inert state after several seconds, though its mouth continually twitches and it continually moans loudly. Dr. Burns turns towards the anesthesia and gives her a thumbs up, signifying the priming phase is complete. The anesthesiologist gets up and begins to prepare the second injection, including sterilizing SCP-8980's arm again. SCP-8980 appears to recuperate from the sudden spasm as its eyes refocus and it begins crying more intensely, making direct eye contact with Dr. Burns despite him now looking away. The anesthesiologist finishes preparing the second shot and approaches SCP-8980 hesitantly. As she bends down to administer the catalyst shot, the anesthesiologist locks eyes with SCP-8980, who now stares directly at her. His mouth twitching intensely, she looks back to Dr. Burns, who nods sternly. She sighs. The anesthesiologist injects SCP-8980 with the catalyst. SCP-8980's mouth stops twitching. As the anesthetic activates, SCP-8980's consciousness slowly fades, causing its eyes to completely unfocus and its head to fall limp. The anesthesiologist sighs again. All right, it's done now. She should wake up in a few hours. Thank you, doctor. Silence. The guard begins to remove SCP-8980's restraints as Dr. Burns and the anesthesiologist stare at each other. If I may ask what caused her to, that information is strictly classified. Dr. Burns glances at his watch. I'm late for my appointment because of how long you took, so I'll be leaving. The guard will handle the anomaly. Have a nice day. Dr. Burns exits the room as the guard finishes unbinding SCP-8980. The guard picks up 8980's limp body, throws it over their shoulder, and exits the room. Anesthesiologist's efforts to not react, but in the short order snaps herself to attention and begins to pack her things. As the anesthesiologist finishes, she glances at the recording device. She shudders, scratches a discolored patch on her arm, then exits the room. A full dissection of Dr. Burns' action is attached at the end of this review, and as such will not be discussed in depth here. Nonetheless, it is clear that Dr. Burns the protections assigned to the head researcher position to purposely amnestize SCP-8980 of non-essential concepts and memories. The effects of this can be seen in the following following log in the SCP-8980 file. One instance of this at timestamp 82 at 9:28 appears to have been corrupted beyond restoration. This effect is believed to have been caused by SCP-8980's anomalous capabilities, though this is the first and only time a recorder has been directly affected by the anomaly. The anesthesiologist, whose identity has been purposely obfuscated by the review team due to complete code of conduct compliance, was later identified and interviewed. This, unfortunately, did not yield significant results, as it was revealed that she had been chronically abusing anesthetics on herself to erase her own traumatic memories. Nonetheless, she was able to point out that she submitted a complaint to the Office of Site 17 Ethics Committee Legion a day after the incident, though the report was not received as the position was vacant at the time. I have a feeling that it's not her. It's not her, or something else really bad happened, you know? The identity of the guard, although wearing scramble equipment in accordance with Foundation guidelines, was requested from Site 17's administration, and information may possibly be gleaned from them. Although Site 17 administration complied with the request, subsequent investigation showed that the guard, Geraldo H. Rodriguez, a then 36-year-old male, was killed in the containment breach in 2013. Although the Ethics Committee obtained a warrant to search his belongings from the O5 Council, no evidence relevant to the case has been found. The corrupted concept erased by Dr. Burns could not be re-derived by the Ethics Committee review team. Addendum 9. Post-amnestization depression. Following SCP-8980's amnestization, its mental state significantly deteriorated to the point of it not fulfilling any of its quotas, nor responding to any work inquiries. In response, SCP-8980 was required to attend a parapsychological counseling on a bi-weekly basis, though these sessions did little to alleviate its symptoms by Dr. Crawford's best efforts. Dr. Crawford made another breakthrough on January 16, 2006. Dr. Crawford is sitting at her desk, slowly searching through her client's files. By this point in the session, several prior attempts to start a graduate had previously failed, similar to her initial interactions with the anomaly. SCP-8980 is lying in the velvet chair unmoving. It stares ahead at the ceiling and does not acknowledge Dr. Crawford at all. Okay, backstory. You're totally good. You're totally good. It was kind of it was very emotional, I will say. Like that was a bit rough. Sorry, I had a burp. It stares at the ceiling ahead and does not acknowledge Dr. Crawford at all. Its breathing is light. Ah, here we go. Dr. Crawford spent several minutes reading the recent report at SCP-8980, her expression growing grave. Should have been performed prior to this session. Oh dear. Dr. Crawford looks up towards the anomaly. The anesthetics got you down, huh? SCP-8980 slightly turns its head towards Dr. Crawford, acknowledging the comment. Dr. Crawford momentarily hums. I remember my first time with anesthetics. Dr. Crawford waits briefly for SCP-8980 to comment. It does not. Of course, I don't remember exactly what I saw, but it's been horrifying. I walked up to the anesthetic and practically injected myself. SCP-8980 does not reply, but turns its head away. Dr. Crawford frowns. Well, I can imagine it wasn't so pleasant for you. It was voluntary, wasn't it? SCP-8980's face briefly appears to contort, but it does not otherwise react. Dear, if you keep your emotions locked in all the time, you'll end up exploding. You need to open up about what's bothering you. You can trust me, same as you can any other old lady. She's old? SCP-8980 shivers and its eyes widen. He took something from me. He, being Dr. Burns again. SCP-8980 voice appears to catch in its throat, so it nods instead. Dr. Crawford sighed. If you keep blaming your problems on that man, you'll never be able to overcome this. Victim mentality. Fuck off, bro. I've often heard in my line of work, that some reality benders torment themselves with their anomalous abilities subconsciously because they believe they deserve punishment. They find ways to make their own lives miserable. I'm not. Oh, sorry. Yes, I know you're not. They tested for that, right? SCP-9980 nods. She is the victim. I know, right? Huh. I was just bringing it up because, well, sometimes the vault does lie within, and it's difficult to swallow the truth. But rarely does stuff happen that we truly can't help. I don't know if that. Well, you were amnesticized because you tried to breach containment, weren't you? SCP-8980's eyes unfocus momentarily. It lightly shakes its head in confusion. I don't remember. Dr. Crawford looks down and reads the briefing again. She audibly sighs, which makes SCP-8980 flinch again. I'm sure you could eventually argue for lighter restrictions if you practice more restraint. Knowing when to shut my mouth is how I got to go where I am now. Sometimes you just need to turn the other cheek, as they say, even if you. Whoa, bro. Oh. SCP-8980 doesn't respond. Though tears begin to stream down her face, Dr. Crawford looks up. Oh, dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry. I was getting too personal there. SCP-8980 does not respond. Dr. Crawford glances at the clock. I hate to do this to you, sweetie, but our time is coming to an end for today. Pains me to break it off at such an emotional moment, but I have other clients that sorely need me too. Fashion can be a cruel place for all of us. SCP-8980 does not respond. Dr. Crawford then chuckles lightly. I suppose emotional little brains are just like the Foundation itself, no? No matter how hard of a job we do, there's always work to be done. Dr. Crawford gets up to close the session until she sees SCP-8980's expression, which stops her. SCP-8980's eyes are wide and its mouth hanging open. There's always work to be done. Following the session, SCP-8980's productivity increased to perfectly match its quota. Suppressive symptoms, however, have only appeared to increase as it spends no time on entertainment or socialization, opting to stay in the bed the remainder of the day. Nonetheless, Dr. Crawford was commended for her contribution toward improving SCP-8980's productivity despite shortcomings. The following video was obtained from Site-17 Deepwell's archive. It was not present in the original file, but is presented without comment in its chronological context. I'm scared. Vexed? Can we hold hands? I am afraid. This is so early. Oh shit, it remembers where you scroll to. This was like in the beginning. This is like in the beginning. Okay. Undisclosed meeting with SCP-8980. We are holding hands currently. Fuck yeah, okay. I'm scared. I am fucking scared. SCP-6. It's 6 in the morning. Fuck. I'm so scared. Okay. SCP-8980 is sitting on the chair in its containment chamber. It's slumped forward, staring directly at the floor in the direction of the room's entrance. The door chamber opens and Dr. Burns enters the room. SCP-8980 does not react, continuing to stare at the floor. Dr. Burns spends several seconds closing the door behind him, then turns around to face SCP-8980. Okay. He spends several seconds watching her silently. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm a few days late. You know how traffic can be. SCP-8980 does not respond. You were the one that requested to meet with me. You should be grateful that I'm even giving you the shut the fuck up, especially on your terms, though. You should know I've got a taser on me, so if you try any shit this time, it will hurt. I'm scared. SCP-8980 does not respond. Dr. Burrs crosses his arm in frustration. If wasting my time is your idea of a petty revenge, you and I both know I can do a lot worse than... SCP takes a deep breath, rack sigh, causing Dr. Burns to fall silent. You. SCP-8980's breath quickens, and it begins to shiver. Dr. Burns reaches for his taser. SCP-8980 looks up to Dr. Burns. You? win. Dr. Burns does not react. SCP-89 continues to breathe quietly, waiting several seconds before lowering its gaze. You win. You win, okay? Dr. Burns does not react. SCP-8980 sobs increase in intensity. Silence. Dr. Burns removes his hand from his taser. SCP-8980 looks up at him pleadingly. I'll give you everything I own, all of it. You can have everything in my bank account and in my room. I'll draw out loans for you that I can't pay. I'll give you my paycheck, everything. Dr. Burns does not react. I'll work on whatever assignment you give me. I'll let you take credit for all my papers. I'll be your secretary. I'll bring your morning coffee and bake your sandwiches. I'll lick your shoes. Dr. Burns does not react. SCP-8980 watches his for any emotion. After 6 seconds, SCP-8980 begins to sob and lowers his gaze. Oh, no, my Shayla, no! My Shayla, no! Fuck! I'll even sleep with you, please. Dr. Burns does not react initially, but slowly begins to smile. SCP-8980 looks up hopefully at him, though its expression begins to fall as Dr. Burns says nothing in response. Please. Dr. Burns begins to laugh. He laughs loudly for several seconds, gripping his stomach and bending over at the waist. SCP-8980 falls off of the chair and begins to back away in fear. After nearly 30 seconds of laughing, Dr. Burns recomposes, wiping a tear from his eyes. Fuck! That's hilarious. Hearing you say those words just show how pathetic you become, how pathetic you always really were. Dr. Burns walks towards SCP-8980. It crawls back, attempting to distance itself from him as he approaches. It hits the wall. Its back hits the wall. Dr. Burns stands in front of it and crouches to meet its eye level. SCP-8980 shivers and attempts to speak, but can't. If you really don't get it, do you? Oh no. No. Oh, fuck! Ah! If I wanted to fuck you, I would have done it by now. I already have everything I could ever want from you. Dr. Burns gets up without further commenting. SCP-8980 stares blankly ahead, weeping. It does not react as Dr. Burns walks towards the containment door. Dr. Burns stops and glances back. Happy first anniversary, Lily, and here's to many more. What? Dr. Burns smiles smugly to himself, then exits the chamber. After an hour and a half of no activity, the remote work apparatus and SCP-8980 prints its workday schedule. SCP-8980 listens to them and then gets ready for work. Fuck! Bro. I don't know if this means what I think it means, and I'm afraid to think beyond the words that I read, bro. Okay. Addendum 10. Neutralization. On December 12th, 2014, head researcher Christopher Burns chose to retire. As per Foundation succession standards, Dr. Morgan McFarrell assumed the role of head researcher for SCP-8980 on December 15th of that year. On January 5th, 2015, Dr. McFarrell conducted SCP-8980's routine yearly testing, as per a special containment procedure. After several rounds of testing, Dr. McFarrell discovered that SCP-8980 possessed none of its stated anomalous properties. This was confirmed after several additional rounds of testing. On January 8th, 2015, Dr. Ferrer conducted an interview with SCP-8980. During the duration of the interview, he noted that the entity possessed several alarming features, including extreme apathy, severe technophobia, and a lack of social awareness. After spending several days confirming SCP-8980 was directly and indirectly subject to long-term abuse and negligence, Dr. McFarrell filed a formal ethics committee complaint regarding the treatment of SCP-8980 under Dr. Christopher Burns. After obtaining a warrant for investigation of the OFI Council, a formal investigation was launched on January 14, 2015. As of January 19, 2015, SCP-8980 began rehabilitation and reintegration into the wider Foundation workplace under direct supervision of Dr. Morgan McFarrell. SCP-8980 is pending reclassification to neutralized. But he got to retire. This fucker got to retire though, bro. Based on both of his documentation and external resources found in the review team, it is clear that Dr. Burns engaged in several deliberate abusive anomaly extended over a period of time. Although extensive full list of irrefutable violations consists of the following: misuse of a formal position to extort, manipulate, and otherwise negatively affect other, failure to recuse, misuse of official documentation, sexual harassment of anomaly. Title 2, Chapter 15. Although these violations alone are egregious and numerous, they likely do not represent the full breadth of the infractions committed by Dr. Burns, as several could not have been proven, and further violations were likely committed in the Canadian and other anomalies. Although review teams have attempted to identify the full scope of the scale, Dr. Burns remains in investigation. Because he retired, he got anesthetized, and that he didn't get any punishment, bro. Bro. Yeah, because McFarrell, even though this asshole stole her work, he at least saw that she was fucked. Dude, that's so unbelievable. But Vex, can you? Oh, so I'm obviously assuming the worst here. Obviously, wait, hold on. He said happy 1 year on March 10th of 2006. My cat is meowing, meowing. March 10th, 2005. That sucks. That fucking sucks. Fuck. That sucks. That sucks so fucking much. Because like she was just a woman. She was just a bright-eyed woman and they fucked her, man. Oh, that sucks so much, donkey dick. That sucks so much, donkey dick. It hurts my feelings. It hurts my feelings. It hurts my feelings a lot. She's a special little baby. She's going in the special. She doesn't. She gets to be in her own category. She doesn't have to be in these fucking. Oh my god. That sucks. That like sucks hardcore. The proper protection of the ethics committee now. Yeah. It just fucking it still sucks though, you know? Cause that's such a big part of your life to get fucked over for. And like also like she that just sucks ass. That just sucks so much ass. He's our precious little baby. Is your very late story? Can you do a TLDR or should I listen to it on my own? I can do a TLDR, but I think you should still I still think you should watch it on your own. Bright-eyed, really like bright-eyed smart student college like finds an anomaly, gets hired by the SCP Foundation, and I feel like in my summation I can only say they got fucked. I think that's the best summation that I can give, is that she She just got screwed over. God damn. She goes in SCP milk. She's special. She's our damn. That fucking sucks. Fucking sucks. Holy shit. It hurts my feelings. It hurts my feelings. I like have to have a post op. Makes me angry. Oh god. Oh god. That fucking sucks, dude. Damn. Alright. We're gonna watch a TikTok. Actually, we'll watch a few TikToks. I feel like I can't end it on such a sad note. I need to fight someone on God. Okay, so we'll watch like I'll watch like a few. I can't watch all of them because it's already almost 11 o'clock. Head on a on God. Who fucking cares about the anesthetics? Chalky milk. Look at chalky milk. Here, guys. Here, let's have some chalky milk. You know what I would do if Dr. Burns liked chocolate milk? I would lace that shit with so much fucking laxative that he dies on the toilet. This is us. I'll resend next week. Sounds good. Sounds good. I sit in my desolate room. Are there any kitty ones? Here's a kitty one. This is a kitty one. Someone's gotten addicted. I am very much. There's no sound. Fuck. Ah, shit. We gotta go back. Hold on. Gotta go back. Go back to chocolate milk. Your Honor, they're peak. They are. They're really good. It's making me more literate. I know that Death Throes is now not spelled with a W. Here you go. This is us. No music. Just anger. This is us right now. This is us. This is us and literally everybody involved with SCP-08980's case. Like, holy fuck. And then we'll get this cat one. Look at this chalky cat. I like this picture. Alrighty. Alrighty. And as I... Oh, it's not here. What's part about SCP is every single type of artist is involved. Alright. As I find someone to raid, thank you guys again for hanging out with me and sticking with me. This is as long as I've streamed in a while. So, I will play this. And I will find someone to raid. Oh, fuck. Okay, there. Sorry for... No! It's totally... I chose it. I'm the one that chose it, you know? No sweat at all. Almost 9 hours, yeah. Shower beer. Shower beer. Who are we gonna raid? Who's this one? Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna let that play until I find someone to raid. Thank you for the head pet. I gotta go eat dinner. I'm so hungry. I've been hungry for hours. Ooh, Goth Gamer Goblin's playing Slay the Spectre. Go. Will there be our being? There be our being? Fuck. Yep, you're gonna hear this on repeat until I pick someone. Fuck. I don't wanna raid you guys. This is special events. This is special events. They're doing, I don't know why it's special, but like they say it's special, so we're gonna go with them. All right. I love you guys so much. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I had a lot of fun, and thank you for motivating me. Dinner. I will see you guys Saturday on Havoc's channel if you want to hang out with me there. I can talk and chat, and then this will be a good time. I can't type. There you go. Otherwise, I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Sunday is One Piece. And then this Thursday, we're not doing anything movie-esque because we are... I have Dragonlance, But have fun with Dead Sun. They're doing some fun stuff. So have a great weekend, guys. I love you so much, and I can't wait to see you on Monday. Bye, everyone.